Chapter 7:27. There was a huge 9 secluded iron mine here, and there were countless mine caves. The mine caves were different, and some had many layers. Yi Jinxiong said that there were several locations with at least 7 layers of mines. The more underground, the thicker the 7th metal qi, because various metal resources were also very well distributed here. If this was the case, it was not worthy of Yang Chen's attention. However, the several mines that Yi Jinxiong said were mines with tens of thousands of years of history. There were several mines that were too strong because of the 7th metal qi. Except for some metal attribute cultivators who could go in, others did not dare to enter it at will. There were even 1 or 2 mines that had already stopped mining because people with metal attributes did not dare to go down at will. These places were worthy of Yang Chen's careful investigation. With the last incident of the first Wood True Essence Solution Lake, Yang Chen also understood that when the spiritual power was rich to a certain extent, it could also kill people. After learning this news, Yang Chen did not stay here. This place was still left for Yi Jinxiong to retreat and heal. When the two came out of Yi Jinxiong's healing place, Lady Fanghua had already hidden somewhere. Yang Chen was also happy that no one swept his eyes and looked for the 7th metal true essence. With the scene of Lady Fanghua being a slave in the city before, there were few people in this mining area who did not know Yang Chen. No matter who saw Gong Suinling's ship, they either respectfully said hello or avoided far away, which also saved a lot of trouble for the two. Exploring the mine, Yang Chen was of course with Gong Sunling. After this disguise as Yang Chen's concubine, Gong Sunling and Yang Chen were closer than ever. Whether there were people or not, Gong Sunling liked Yang Chen to fly with her in his arms. This was the territory of the Demon Gate, so naturally no one would use the rules of Taoism to condemn Gong Sunling's behavior. Yang Chen was also happy that Gong Sunling liked him. Every time, he would be more intimate with Gong Sunling. From time to time, he would say a few jokes and sweet words to coax Gong Sunling until she was beaming with joy. She had not stopped smiling along the way. The nearest mine was not far away, but no one was mining anymore. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling didn't encounter any obstacles and easily entered the mine. As Yi Jinxiong said, there were several layers of mines here. After entering a layer, each layer down, the Gengjin gas became denser. In the lowest level of the mine, it was almost full of rich Gengjin gas. The Gengjin magic weapon had already been prepared. Yang Chen didn't have time to use it and easily reached the bottom. To Yang Chen's disappointment, the Gengjin gas here was indeed strong, but it was not the aura of the Gengjin true essence. On the contrary, Gong Suinling's mountain river geographical map had some abnormal changes. In the quenching of the life source magic weapon, it was usually not available. Once it was used, it would be a waste of all previous efforts. However, the mountain river geographical map spontaneously began to absorb the strong Gengjin gas here. The traces of Gengjin gas quickly condensed into a small stream and flowed into the mountain river geographical map. It was not known how it was stored in the mountain river geographical map. This was an unexpected surprise. Gong Sunling soon noticed the changes in the mountain river geographical map. It seemed that after absorbing the strong Gengjin gas, these Gengjin gas directly drilled into the soil layer of the mountain river geographical map, which also coincided with the pattern of earth producing gold. Gong Sunling was happy, and Yang Chen was even happier. Now, even if it was not to find the Gengjin true essence, Yang Chen would go to these places again. He went to several mines that Yi Jinxiong said in a row. Every time he came with expectations, he was disappointed. The Gengjin gas was indeed very strong, but it was still not the Gengjin true essence. On the contrary, Gong Suinling's mountain river geographical map had absorbed a lot of Gengjin gas. According to Gong Sunling, the geographical map had become a bit more solid. Some mines also had demonic cultivators practicing inside. However, few people have full trust between demonic cultivators. Most of them use a magic weapon to absorb enough gungjin gas when they're mining, and then go to a safe place to refine these gungjin gas into medicinal pills or indirectly absorb them. Few people will practice in the mine for a long time. Some people will sell these gungjin gas directly. Yang Chen has seen this kind of transaction in the market of a small town. At that time, he didn't know the source of these gungjin gas. Now that he saw this, he also figured out what was going on. However, with Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map, the efficiency of absorbing the gungjin gas was not generally strong, and it even caused other people's magic weapons to be unable to absorb a little gungjin gas. Those who absorbed the gungjin gas, after seeing Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, did not dare to say anything more. They could only admit that they were unlucky and obediently gave up the mine. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling only entered each mine once. After they left for a day or two, the mine would naturally recover the overflow of gungjin gas, and those people would not be able to absorb it again. After all the mines pointed out by Yi Jinxiong, Yang Chen chose to give up. There was no aura in the mine that was gungjin true essence. All of them were just ordinary gungjin gas. In addition to the mountain river geographical map, there was no help for Yang Chen. Not in any of these mines. Yang Chen couldn't think of where the gungjin true essence left by Li Changing was for the time being. When he was discouraged, Gong Sunling suddenly found something and said strangely, "Yang Chen, look at these mines. If you connect them, it seems to be a circle." The mountain river geographical map would record the terrain of the places that Gong Sunling walked through, so it was easy for Gong Sunling to see the distribution of these mines from the mountain river geographical map. When Gong Sunling said this, Yang Chen suddenly became interested. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, "Since these mines are connected to form a circle, what is in the circle?" Her mind was immersed in the mountain river geographical map, and soon Gong Sunling replied, "In the circle, there are several mountains connected together." After saying this, Gong Sunling continued to immerse her mind in the picture for a while, and said again, "It is 5 mountains connected together, converging from 5 directions. The place where they converge is the center of the circle." After hesitating for a moment, she said, "It seems like what?" Yang Chen asked hurriedly, "It seems that these 5 mountains are a whole piece." Gong Sunling finally recovered her mind from the mountain river geographical map and replied with certainty, "5 directions, a whole?" Yang Chen reached out and pulled Gong Sunling, pulled her into his arms, and quickly flew into the air. After a while, they arrived over the 5 mountains that Gong Sunling said. Looking down at the mountains that were distributed in 5 directions, Yang Chen released his spiritual awareness. After a while, he smiled and said, "It really is a whole piece." Chapter 728. Li Changing still left a set of secret arts to open the blockade of the 7th metal true essence. Yang Chen finally knew where to use it. The intersection of the 5 mountain peaks was the control point. Without any effort, Yang Chen flew to the top of the mountain with Gong Sunling. Looking down at the hard rock under his feet, Yang Chen suddenly said to Gong Sunling, "No matter what happens, don't leave my side." Gong Sunling nodded quietly and said nothing. She knew that Yang Chen must have found something to say, so she never doubted Yang Chen. A series of complex secret arts were cast on the top of the mountain. For a while there was no reaction, which made Gong Sunling very puzzled. What was Yang Chen doing? Wasn't it a waste of true essence to cast a secret art on the top of a mountain? However, Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of joking. He was still seriously casting the secret arts. Before and after the same secret art, Yang Chen played it 3 times. It took more than an hour before he stopped. Holding Gong Suanling's delicate body, Yang Chen retreated at least a few dozen feet, but he always stood on the ground and did not have the slightest intention of flying. This made Gong Sunling even more strange. But with Yang Chen's words first, she just silently cooperated with Yang Chen and did not say a word. Not only was Gong Sunling puzzled, but the guy who had been secretly paying attention to Yang Chen's whereabouts was even more puzzled. Why did Yang Chen cast 3 secret arts on the top of this mountain? Was he playing with people? But looking at Yang Chen's serious look, it did not seem that he was joking. The person in the dark had to bear it. He wanted to see what Yang Chen was doing. Almost after waiting in the same place for more than an hour, even the guy who was secretly peeping couldn't help but rush out to find trouble with Yang Chen several times. Suddenly there was a thunderous roar under the ground. Listening to this roar, everyone suddenly became spirited. Gong Sunling looked at the top of the mountain under her feet with some uncertainty. It seemed that she still couldn't believe it. As for the guy who was waiting in the dark, he almost rushed out. A series of roars came from the depths of the ground. It seemed that the place where the sound was made was getting closer and closer to the ground. This strange scene could only explain one thing. That is, there must be some mechanisms or restrictions here that others don't know but Yang Chen knows. Yang Chen was calm and unruffled. He was not in a hurry, and even pulled Gong Sunling to sit on the top of the mountain to enjoy a few delicious dishes. 5 female slaves at the peak of the Jiedon stage served him attentively. Life was very comfortable. What was strange was that after coming here, Yang Chen did not use any magic weapon, the flying sword, nor did he use any spiritual power. Whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down, he was on the ground and had never left the ground to fly. The rumbling sound seemed to be in the depths of the ground. Although the sound coming little by little was getting closer and closer, it still sounded far away. Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of being anxious at all, and he had been waiting slowly. Such a performance made those guys hiding in the dark scratch their ears and cheeks one by one, and they were impatient. If the final answer had not come out yet, almost a few of them would not have been able to hold back and rushed out to kill Yang Chen. With the rumbling sound of the underground, it was another full day and night, and everyone finally waited until the rumbling sound was extremely close to the ground. At this moment, Yang Chen stood up and took the 5 female slaves back into the dome hall. His left hand held Gong Sunling, and he quietly stared at the area where the sound came from. Without Yang Chen's reminder, Gong Sunling had naturally noticed that area. However, Yang Chen reminded her not to use her spiritual awareness to explore it. Gong Sunling was also obedient and did not send out any spiritual awareness. She just looked at it with her eyes. Boom! Above the ground, at the place where the 5 peaks meet, a big square hole suddenly broke open. Below the hole there was a square passage leading all the way to the underground, and it was not known how deep it was. But judging from the day and night of waiting, it was by no means a short distance. Ha 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 ha! A burst of complacent and wild laughter suddenly came from a certain direction, and dozens of people appeared in the surroundings. At least half of them were masters of the Yuanying stage, and the others were also masters of the Jiedon stage. However, before this arrogant and complacent laughter could reach the ground, an aura suddenly rushed out from the big hole in the ground. Along with this aura, there was also a huge shockwave that swept in all directions mercilessly. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling stood in the same place, and the violent shock wave swept over their bodies, but there was no effect. But the figures who suddenly rushed out were not as lucky as the 2. The figures who flew out on the sword, whether it was a flying sword or a magic weapon, all the magic weapons outside were turned into ashes after being swept by the shock wave. The destruction of the magic treasures caused a series of screams to ring out. Among the dozens of people who came out, only a few were standing on the ground. Everyone else, without exception, fell from the sky. That was not all. They thought that as long as they used their spiritual power to protect their bodies in time, with their gold core and nascent soul cultivation, they could easily land. However, they did not expect that once the spiritual power was released, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. No one could support their bodies in the air, and they all fell heavily. His wild laughter only lasted for half a second before it turned into a chaotic scene. The guy who laughed felt that he had lost face and stopped laughing in embarrassment. This is the reason why little Lord came to the 9 secluded, demonic iron mine, right? The one laughing maniacally was a skeleton-like fellow. Combined with the previous information, Yang Chun recognized him almost immediately. Ancestor White Bones. Yang Chen said the name as if he wanted to confirm it. It's me. The White Bones old demon smiled proudly and glanced at the guys who were climbing up in a mess next to him. He faced Yang Chen again and asked ambiguously, Little Lord, after playing with Lady Fanghua for a few days, did you enjoy the wonderful taste of her? Yang Chen did not answer, just looked at the White Bones old demon coldly. The White Bones old demon didn't care about Yang Chen's gaze. He just said, I have always wondered why Lady Fanghua would have time to accompany a junior to play here. It turns out that there is such a good thing. What is in this cave? The White Bones old demon saw that Yang Chen had not spoken and asked with a smile, magic weapon? Or magic iron essence? Secret plane? If little Lord tells me, frankly, we will write off the matter of you killing my disciple. How about it? Chapter 729. The White Bone old devil pointed out that Yang Chen had killed his disciple, and Yang Chen was not surprised. The fat man and the thin man were in that direction, and Yang Chen was also coming from that direction. It was easy to find him. Yang Chen never intended to hide it. Even if the White Bone old devil said this now, Yang Chen did not panic at all. It seemed that killing a few insignificant people was a trivial matter not worth mentioning at all, even if these people were the disciples of the White Bone old devil. Such a performance, in the eyes of the White Bone old devil, confirmed the speculation that Yang Chen was a descendant of a certain demonic path ancestor. In fact, Lady Fanghua was not someone who could be served by just anyone. This has fully explained that Yang Chen's identity is not ordinary. People with such a background, not to mention killing a few of his disciples, it was estimated that the White Bone old devil would not be surprised at all. He said this just to have a bargaining chip, not to embarrass Yang Chen at all. If you want to know what it is, won't you know when you go in and see? Yang Chen smiled coldly, ignoring the so-called deal of the White Bone old devil. The White Bone old devil himself was also a cautious person. Otherwise, he would not have endured until now. Yang Chen's words were obviously to let him in. Who was the old devil? How could he be so easily fooled? However, before the old devil could say anything, a few of the people he had brought with him could no longer hold themselves back and flew toward the square hole. Their speed was even higher than the realm they had displayed so far. Bold! The White Bone old devil was furious for a while. Did these guys even ignore his own instructions and want to rush in and swallow it? With a loud roar, White Bone old demon swung his hand, and a long bone whip flew out of his hand, directly wrapping around the waist of the nearest 2 guys who were rushing to the entrance of the cave. The 2 people didn't even have time to scream before they were broken into 4 sections by the bone whip. Blood gushed out from the wound and was instantly absorbed by the White Bone whip. What surprised White Bone demon was that this bloody suppression did not scare the surrounding people. Instead, there were more and more people rushing towards the entrance of the cave. Traitor! The White Bone old demon yelled, but he did not notice that at the beginning almost all of them were Jidan stage masters, and now 1 or 2 Yuanying stage ancestors had joined them. In a fit of rage, Ancestor White Bones swung her White Bone whip wildly. She had already caught 4 or 5 of her disobedient subordinates and absorbed their blood essence. However, the subordinates around her were getting more and more unbridled. They were all flying towards the square hole. The few at the front had even disappeared without a trace, and even their divine senses could not detect them. White Bone old demon, who had been cautious, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was about to fly away, but it was too late. A strong suction force came from the entrance of the cave. It seemed to directly control his divine sense, and then it pulled his body towards the entrance of the cave. No matter how the white bone old demon struggled, this powerful force did not break free at all, but it became more and more powerful. At this point, the white bone old demon finally realized that those guys who rushed towards the cave entrance were not greedy at all, but they were involuntarily pulled towards the cave entrance by this force. It's just that no matter how hard the white bone old demon thought, he couldn't understand why this force only pulled his people, but Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, who were not far away, had no effect. Perhaps Yang Qin still has some key magic weapon in his hands, so he was not affected. Thinking of this, the white bone old demon regretted, almost crying. Why didn't he hold back? As soon as the hole was opened, if he waited a little longer, wouldn't he be able to follow Yang Qin smoothly? No matter how much he regretted, it was useless. No matter how much the white bone demon struggled, it was useless in the face of the strong suction from the hole. He could only fly towards the hole involuntarily, and he couldn't even make a sound. White bone old ancestor, you didn't keep your promise. Just at the moment when the white bone old ancestor disappeared into the hole, there was a loud shout from a farther place. The form of the white bone old demon was almost no different from rushing in and plundering after suppressing his disobedient subordinates, at least from a distance. Immediately, someone appeared again and shouted at the white bone old demon. Not only did they shout, at least a dozen people flew up without hesitation and flew towards the hole. That posture, it was almost like they wanted to rush in and explain to the white bone old demon. Gong Sunling also found a few people peeping around, but did not expect there to be so many. After a while, there were already 60 or 70 people rushing into the hole. Looking at this scene, Gong Sunling didn't know what to say. Were these people all stupid? Yang Chen, who obviously knew the inside story, didn't care. They were rushing to enter the cave first. Weren't they afraid that there were powerful restrictions inside? The situation of those people being pulled into the hole. Yang Chen has been watching it. Yang Chen did not forget that when he collected the first with true essence spiritual solution last time, as long as he explored with his spiritual awareness in the pool, he would be pulled into the first with true essence spiritual solution by the formation there. The principle of storing the seventh metal true essence and the first with true essence was similar. Those people hurriedly explored with their spiritual awareness. That was the road to death. As long as it was a cultivator, they couldn't help but get used to using their spiritual awareness. At least the scope of the exploration of spiritual awareness was much wider than their own field of vision. In this situation, unless someone warned them, everyone's reaction was the same. They would use their spiritual awareness to explore. If it weren't for Yang Chen's warning in advance, Gong Sunling might have used her spiritual awareness to explore. Watching this group of people disappear into the square hole again, Yang Chen looked around, then intentionally or unintentionally showed a smile in a certain direction, and then hugged Gong Sunling and said, let's go in too." The figures of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling slowly walked to the hole. Yang Chen looked down at the dark hole and did not hesitate to hug Gong Sunling and jump in, until there was no one on the top of the mountain. In a farther place, the figure of Lady Fenghua slowly appeared, looking in the direction of the top of the mountain, frowning. The square hole on the top of the mountain had been there for half an hour, then it slowly closed. The entire top of the mountain was restored to its original appearance. If there were not a few broken corpses, no one would believe what had just happened here. Chapter 730. As soon as they entered the hole and fell down, Yang Chen released the golden bell and enveloped himself and Gong Sunling in it. The magic weapons Yang Chen received in the Dragon Palace treasure house were very interesting. Among the 9 magic weapons, there was a complete set of 5-element magic weapons. Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map was a magic weapon of the earth attribute, and Yang Chen gave his master 2 dragon horns. One was of the water attribute, and the other was of the fire attribute. Among the rest, Yang Chen studied it carefully. The gourd that could hold all kinds of liquids was a magic weapon of the wood attribute, and the golden bell was a pure metal attribute magic weapon. Originally, Yang Qin also prepared a flying sword of the seventh metal attribute. But in a hurry, the material was not the top. Even the dome hull could not be compared. At one time, Yang Chen was also prepared to use the dome hull as a tool to collect the seventh metal true essence. But after carefully studying the golden bell, Yang Chen still chose the golden bell, the magic weapon of the dragon clan. Although Yang Chen was now only recognizing the owner and sacrificially refining the first layer, the power of the golden bell was rare even in the spiritual world for Yang Chen. It was natural to deal with some seventh metal true essence. Gong Sunling must not have a magic weapon to protect her body, so Yang Chen also protected her in it. Once there was any danger, he could immediately receive it into the medicine garden. However, this kind of big scene, it would be a pity not to let Gong Sunling see it, so Yang Chen still took the risk to protect Gong Sunling and fall down. Before, he didn't let go of his spiritual awareness because he was afraid of being dragged in. Now that he has taken the initiative to come in, he didn't talk about letting go of his spiritual awareness. Both of them completely let go of their spiritual awareness and explored everything in the cave. It was said to be a cave, but in fact it was more appropriate to describe it as a deep well. After Yang Chen and Gong Sunling jumped in, they still hadn't reached the bottom. However, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could already detect the bottom of the well. The well was several thousand meters deep. Relying on the gravitational force, the speed at which the two of them fell was extremely fast. Soon, the two of them fell into a clump of liquid. Yang Chen knew that this liquid was the same as the liquid above the first with true essence, spiritual solution. It was used to buffer, and he would not panic after falling in. Under Yang Chen's comfort, Gong Sunling also entered the liquid safely. In fact, Gong Sunling had been in Yang Chen's arms the whole time, her arms tightly wrapped around Yang Chen. Although he said that he wasn't nervous, he was still a little scared to suddenly enter such an unknown place. It's all right. Close to Yang Chen, Yang Chen could certainly perceive the tension of the beauty in his arms and whispered to comfort her. Then the two of them fell into a huge space. A pure to the extreme Gungjin aura suddenly came to the face. The white-bone old ancestor and several Yuanying stage masters who had fallen before were still struggling, but they were not pure metal attribute cultivators. In this huge seventh metal true essence, they couldn't support it for a long time. Just in front of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, several Yuanying stage masters were blown up by the seventh metal true essence, and then the white-bone old ancestor who had the highest cultivation base fell the last, but he did not support it for too long. Under the gaze of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, he turned into a pile of flesh and blood debris, and then disappeared without a trace. After plotting against Yi Jinxiong of Limitless Sect, White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fenghua both disappeared, giving the impression that they were afraid of Limitless Sect's revenge and had run away. No one knew that in the blink of an eye, the old devil had begun to secretly watch Yang Chen and Gong Sunling's movements. In the small town of the mining area, Lady Fenghua was not known to many people except her own people. The people in the town only knew that Lady Fenghua was not to be trifled with. But the old devil knew Lady Fenghua very well. Yang Chen and Lady Fenghua's actions in the small town were not hidden from the old devil's eyes and ears. How could the white-bone old demon not pay attention to a character who could make Lady Fenghua so careful and afraid? When Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were looking for the seventh metal true essence, the white-bone old demon took people to spy on them in secret. He thought that with his Yuanying stage cultivation base, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could not find him at all. The white-bone old demon who was at the top of the demon sects never dreamed that he would end up like this. Not to mention his death, he also ended up with a broken body. Even a broken body was not enough to describe it. It could be described as broken bones and scattered ashes. Of course, Yang Chen didn't care what the end of the white-bone old demon was. Entering here without a metal attribute spirit root, without a powerful magic weapon and cultivation base, there was basically no exception. Perhaps the masters of the Deshang stage could be spared, but the white bone old demon was obviously not in this range. The space where the two were now was very large. It was larger than the space where the first wood true essence spiritual solution was stored under the banyan tree Immortal's cave. It was full of the pure and extreme seventh metal aura. In just a moment, there were countless auras that penetrated into the golden bell, and at the same time it rushed into the bodies of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen did not dare to neglect, and immediately urged the golden bell and began to resist this crazy seventh metal qi. At the same time, he did not forget to warn Gong Sunling, Ling, once you feel that the aura is not right, go into the medicine garden immediately. Gong Sunling certainly felt this crazy aura and naturally knew what was good and bad. Fortunately, there was Yang Qin by her side. She did not panic because of fear, but even so, her little face was pale for a while. Anyone who watched dozens of Yuanying stage masters, whose cultivation base was a whole realm higher than themselves, turned into powder in front of them, would inevitably be frightened. Until now, Yang Qin has not explored the edge of this space. It was really that the spiritual awareness could not extend too far in this viscous, seventh metal, true essence spiritual solution. It was said to be the seventh metal, true essence spiritual solution, but it was not like a flowing liquid like the first wood true essence spiritual solution, but it was viscous like a solid. Only occasionally, under the action of external force, there would be a little deformation, and then it would immediately return to its original state. This kind of seventh metal true essence spiritual solution was even thicker than the first wood true essence spiritual solution that Yang Qin collected in the banyan tree Immortal's cave. The seventh metal true essence contained in it was even more pure and condensed to the extreme. With only a little effort, it was estimated that these seventh metal true essence spiritual solutions would almost be condensed into seventh metal crystal stones. Fortunately, it was still in a liquid state. Yang Chen was not sure whether the gourd could be collected smoothly in this state. Now he could only try it by luck. Before collecting it, Yang Qin first took a look at the state of Gong Sunling. What surprised Yang Qin was that Gong Sunling was not embarrassed at all, but very relaxed. The mountain river geographical map is automatically absorbing these auras. Seeing Yang Chen looking over, Gong Sunling immediately noticed it and said quickly. This discovery made Yang Qin a little surprised. Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map, even during the tempering of her life source magic weapon, could still play some basic roles. For example, depicting the geography of the mountains and rivers passed by. Chapter 731. Not long ago, the mountain river geographical map also absorbed the seventh metal qi in those mines. Now here, it could still absorb the seventh metal true essence. It really was the treasure of the Dragon Clan. It was powerful enough. With the mountain river geographical map as a guarantee, at least the lives of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling were no longer a problem. Originally, Yang Qin also planned to use some troublesome ways to hold Gong Sunling, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Next, Yang Qin naturally took out the gourd and began to try to absorb the seventh metal true essence liquid. After all, it was an extremely viscous liquid. Even if it still had some liquid characteristics, the gourd was not so smooth to collect. Fortunately, it was just that the collection speed was much slower, and it was not completely impossible to collect. After discovering this, Yang Qin was also completely relieved. Everything was under control. The strong protection of the golden bell was enough, but the seventh metal true essence that entered Yang Qin's body through the golden bell was still a little strong. At least with Yang Qin's current cultivation base, he could not control it. After all, this seventh metal true essence liquid was thicker than the first wood true essence spiritual solution by many times, and it contained a lot more spiritual power. With a brainwave, Yang Qin also released the dome hall. The golden bell was set outside, and the hall was inside, acting as a buffer for the second layer. The dome hall was also a magic weapon of the seventh metal type, and it could also be tempered with the seventh metal true essence. After the second filtration of the dome hall, the seventh metal true essence that entered Yang Chen's body began to become controllable. Yang Chen simply let Gong Sunling cultivate freely, and he himself began the process of rushing into the seventh metal true essence Jedan. The seventh metal spirit power Jedan was the ultimate purpose of Yang Chen to find the seventh metal true essence. Gong Sunling also knew Yang Chen's plan on the way. She did not disturb Yang Chen and stayed obediently on the edge of the dome hall. With the spiritual power provided by the medicine garden, she also cultivated by herself. The dome hall and the medicine garden were originally two in one. No matter which one absorbed the spiritual power, it would correspondingly supplement the spiritual power lost by all the medicine gardens. The medicine garden's bottle would naturally transform all kinds of spiritual power into the spiritual power needed by various creatures in the medicine garden. Although Gong Sunling had the spiritual power of the earth attribute, it was not a mistake. The seventh metal true secret art was running quickly, absorbing the huge seventh metal true essence. The seventh metal true essence in Yang Chen's body also began to grow rapidly. Originally, the remaining spiritual power of Yang Chen had reached the peak of the foundation stage, and it was only the last step to Jedan. In this situation, where the seventh metal true essence was extremely abundant, it only took less than 4 months to begin the process of condensing the Dan. Boom! Yang Chen's body seemed to have exploded a thunder pomegranate. Countless spiritual power spewed out along the meridians, and then it was immediately strongly attracted to the position of the dantian. Boom! Yang Chen's body seemed to explode a thunder pomegranate. Countless spiritual power spewed out along the meridians, and then it was immediately strongly attracted to the position of dantian. It was a golden core the size of a grain of rice. Then, with the crazy influx of spiritual energy, the golden core began to expand, slowly becoming the size of a peanut, an almond, and finally a golden core the size of a longan. It was round and shiny, shining with golden light. With the seventh metal spirit power condensing into a Jedan, there were already 5 kinds of spiritual power condensing into a Jedan. 3rd fire, 4th fire, 1st wood, 7th metal, and 10th water. Before the 7th metal spirit power condensed into a Jedan, the other spiritual powers did not have the slightest movement. But the moment the 7th metal spirit power condensed into a Jedan, suddenly the 5 spiritual powers of the Yang 5 elements began to run rapidly. 5th earth and 9th water, 2 kinds of spiritual powers that have not yet condensed into Jedan, were running abnormally fast at this moment. In the dome hall, countless spiritual powers were absorbed into the body by Yang Chen at an extraordinary speed. Almost after the time of the 7th metal spirit power condensing into a Jedan, 2 small Jedan began to condense. 5th earth and 9th water. At this moment, with the momentum of the 3 spiritual powers condensing into a Jedan, completed the entire process of condensing in one fell swoop. Gong Sunling has been shocked by the powerful spiritual power emanating from Yang Chen. She did not know what had happened. She simply thought that Yang Chen's 7th metal spirit power had condensed into a Jedan. But she couldn't understand how Yang Chen's 7th metal spirit power condensing into a complete pattern of 5 elements and began to rotate wildly in Yang Chen's dantian. The 5 Jedan of the Yang 5 elements formed a complete pattern of the 5 elements and began to rotate wildly in Yang Chen's dantian. After a while, the 5 rotating Jedan seemed to be unsatisfied with staying in the dantian. They maintained the rotation of the Yang 5 elements and began to rise slowly along the Ren meridian until it stopped at the chest, no longer rotating fast, but changed to a slow rotation in the direction of the 5 elements. In the sea of consciousness, another earth-shaking change began to take place. In the rumbling sound in Yang Chen's mind, the sea of consciousness, which had reached 240 acres, expanded wildly to a radius of 300 acres, and the height directly doubled. The 7th metal layer became thicker and thicker. Even if it was hidden under the fifth earth layer, it still faintly exuded a golden light. The fifth earth layer had also undergone earth-shaking changes. It was no longer a plane, but a variety of shapes: mountains, hills, valleys, plains, deserts, pirates, everything. Not only that, with the ninth water spirit power condensation dam, there were 2 more rivers across the fifth earth layer in the sea of consciousness, originating from the highest mountain top, divided into 2 directions, each flowing to the surrounding ocean. His spiritual awareness had skyrocketed. It had already reached the middle Deshang stage, and now it was climbing all the way from the high middle Deshang stage to the peak of the middle Deshang stage before stopping. Although it was impossible to break through again in this realm, there was still a lot of residual power, and it began to condense madly in this realm until it could no longer condense. Until this moment, Yang Chen returned to normal from the state of cultivation. Immediately, he noticed the surprise and worry of his senior sister Gong Sunling next to him, and quickly explained, "Senior sister, I'm fine. Just the 7th metal spirit power has already condensed." Gong Sunling was overjoyed. Yang Chen had 10 kinds of spirit power foundation stage. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling both knew that Yang Chen had several kinds of spirit power condensation dam. Similarly, Yang Chen seemed to intend to condense all the spirit power into condensation dam. They also guessed it. Given to anyone, Yang Chen's idea was whimsical. How could there be a guy in this world with all the attributes of spirit power condensation dam? The foundation stage was the foundation stage, and the condensation dam was the condensation dam. They were 2 completely different things. But Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would never doubt Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Chen personally tell her that condensation dam, Gong Sunling still showed a happy smile. Chapter 732. The 7th metal spirit power condensing dam drove all the spiritual power of the 5 elements to condense. After completion, Yang Chen immediately noticed the difference. The surging spiritual power in the body almost broke out of the body. This kind of feeling seemed to only have a sign when he was about to form his nascent soul in his previous life. But that was the feeling of the peak Jiran stage. Now Yang Chen's most powerful spiritual power was only in the early Jiran stage, and it has reached such a level. The control of the 7th metal true essence was more handy. The 7th metal true essence that poured in from the outside of the golden bell was not so unacceptable. Even without the filtering of the dome, it could still be withstood. However, there was too much 7th metal true essence liquid outside. Even if Yang Chen let the gourd keep collecting it for a full 4 months, he only collected as much 7th metal true essence liquid as the first would true essence spiritual solution. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness now broke through again, and he soon explored the edge of this place. This space was hundreds of feet square, and the depth was also hundreds of feet. Compared with the first would true essence spiritual solution pool under the banyan tree Immortal's cave, it was not known how many times larger it was. Even if so much 7th metal true essence spiritual solution was absorbed, the gourd had formed a small lake of 7th metal true essence spiritual solution. Even with the mountain river geographical maps absorption, in the space, only a small part was lost. After all, the mountain river geographical map was not a real metal attribute magic weapon. The absorption of the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution was only to enhance the power of the mountain river geographical large formation, and it could not really refine the 7th metal true essence. Everything still needed Yang Chen. The 7th metal true essence condensed dam. Yang Chen controlled the golden bell and suddenly seemed to have improved a level. With a move in his heart, Yang Chen began to use the scouring of the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution and began to sacrificial refine the golden bell. In the past, Yang Chen was in the Dragon Palace treasure house. With a huge spiritual vein of the East China Sea, he only recognized the master of the golden bell. There was no sacrificial refining at all. However, when it recognized the master, Yang Chen still used a huge spiritual power to light up one of the 9 dragon patterns. It was also because of this illuminated dragon pattern that the golden bell possessed a powerful, soul-shaking power. Once the bell rang, those whose sea of consciousness was not condensed would almost immediately faint. Now there was a larger amount of seventh metal true essence liquid at hand, and Yang Chen's seventh metal spirit power had already condensed, so he could control it more easily. He immediately began to sacrificial refine according to the method recorded by the golden bell. The seventh metal true essence, liquid outside, suddenly seemed to be swallowed by a Tao Tai and quickly rushed towards the golden bell. Compared to before, this speed was simply incomparable. The golden bell, refined by the Dragon Clan, did not disappoint Yang Chen. Such a terrifying speed of absorbing the seventh metal true essence solution did not cause any problems for the golden bell. In Yang Chen's feeling, the speed of absorption was accelerated, and the golden bell seemed to have a feeling of cheering. This was definitely not Yang Chen's illusion. This feeling really did exist. Yang Chen knew that this was not a bad phenomenon. There was only one reason for the magic weapon to have feelings. That was the existence of the spirit. Now, Yang Chen can't communicate with the spirit of the golden bell, and he can only vaguely perceive the existence of the spirit. But this has made Yang Chen overjoyed again. Even if it was a rotten magic weapon, as long as it had a spirit, it was enough to upgrade to a very high level. What's more, the golden bell was not a broken thing, but a good thing that was solemnly collected by the Dragon King in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. The golden bell seemed to be a big eater that had been hungry for many years. No matter how much seventh metal true essence liquid entered, it seemed that it could not fill its appetite. While sacrificial refining the golden bell, Yang Chen did not forget to collect the seventh metal true essence liquid. The gourd had been opened to the maximum, and the dome hall was also placed aside to let Gong Sunling stay, but he was only under the protection of the golden bell, madly collecting. The speed was more than 10 times faster than before. With the almost endless seventh metal true essence liquid entering the golden bell, the second dragon pattern on the golden bell finally began to change faintly and slowly became clear. Yang Chen knew that once the second dragon pattern was really clear, the golden bell would be upgraded to another level and would have another powerful function. 9 dragons body protection. This was many times stronger than the golden bell shield that was simply used after the golden bell recognized the master. 9 spirit dragons, composed entirely of the seventh metal true essence liquid, would always linger around Yang Chen. No matter how fierce the spiritual power attack was, as long as it could not break the 9 spirit dragons in one blow, these attacks would be absorbed by the spirit dragons and slowly transformed into the power of protection. Of course, it was only limited to spiritual power attacks. Once there was a magic weapon and the like, it would still be borne by the golden bell shield and Yang Chen himself. Although it seemed that some protection was not comprehensive enough, Yang Chen was ecstatic. Pure spiritual power protection. In the mortal world, no one could use spiritual power to hurt himself. Even if several masters of the Deshang stage joined forces, it would be the same. This was equivalent to giving Yang Chen an extra life insurance. How could it not make Yang Chen happy to the point of being unable to control himself? However, to form a spirit dragon composed of 9 seventh metal crystal stones, the amount of seventh metal true essence liquid needed was simply massive. If it weren't for the seventh metal true essence here, Tai Bai Jinxing Li Changying began to accumulate hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even earlier, it would not be able to meet such needs. If everything was according to Yang Chen's normal cultivation, maybe at least to the spiritual world or even the immortal world, this spirit dragon would appear. Yang Chen was now only in the early Jedon stage, and he was already able to have a spirit dragon body protection. It was simply a super good luck that could only be possessed by heaven and earth. This alone was enough to make Yang Chen surprised enough to collect Li Changying's 7th metal true essence. This was not counting the previous 7th metal true essence condensing pill, but also a lot of 7th metal true essence liquid. This could no longer be described as satisfaction. However, in addition to ecstasy, Yang Qin couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had so many good things and opportunities before he came to collect the seventh metal true essence liquid. If he had just built the foundation, or even earlier, he would have challenged Li Changging's seventh metal true essence. Maybe there would have been nothing left, and he would have been accompanied by the white bone old demon. It seemed that Li Changging left this vein of seventh metal true essence on the immortal executioner stage. It was not entirely a good intention. Maybe there was a plan for revenge. However, everything seemed to be completely unimportant. The important thing was that Yang Qin did not die, and he also completed so many good things with the help of the seventh metal true essence that made Yang Qin, who was reborn, feel lucky. In any case, Yang Qin wanted to thank Tai by jinxing, the old man, for making people very surprised. Chapter 733. This refinement process took a year's time. Gong Sunling didn't know what Yang Chen was doing, but looking at Yang Chen's undistracted appearance, she also knew that Yang Chen was busy with important things, so she did not disturb Yang Chen at all. She just quietly cultivated by the side and protected Yang Chen by the way. Of course, in this place apart from Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, other people seemed to fall in and become dregs. There was really nothing left for Gong Sunling to protect. Yang Chen was fully devoted not only to the sacrificial refining of the Golden Bell, but also to improving his own cultivation base. In a year's time, surrounded by the huge seventh metal true essence liquid outside, the cultivation base of the seventh metal spirit power was also raised to the peak of the early Jidan stage, which was basically the same as the first with spirit power and 10th water spirit power. The second dragon pattern on the Golden Bell finally lit up completely. With the low bell sound of the Golden Bell, 2 spirit dragons flew down from the Golden Bell and appeared abruptly, circling the Golden Bell and flying up and down. 2. Yang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. How could there be only 2? Shouldn't there be 9 dragons protecting the body, and there were 9 spirit dragons? Could it be that something went wrong in the sacrificial refining process? This scene surprised Yang Qin. If there was a sacrificial refining error, it would really be a reckless waste of natural resources. Such a heaven-defying magic weapon, even if it was destroyed by himself. Yang Chen was also anxious, and quickly recalled the information that was transmitted to him when the Golden Bell recognized him as the master, to see what went wrong, or his own memory was wrong. There was too much information passed to Yang Chen on the Golden Bell, and Yang Qin took a while to sort it out. After understanding everything, he took a long sigh of relief and relaxed. This was not his own sacrificial refining error, but an error in understanding. 9 dragons protecting the body was 9 dragons protecting the body, and it would appear when the second dragon pattern was lit up. However, it was not that the 9 dragons appeared at once, but every time a dragon pattern was lit, there would be 1 more dragon protecting the body. Now there were only 2 dragon patterns lit up, and naturally there were only 2 spirit dragons. Everything was normal. Although there was no protection at the level of 9 dragons protecting the body, the 2 spirit dragons really surprised Yang Chen. After the 2 spirit dragons circled outside the Golden Bell for a long time, they disappeared on the surface of the Golden Bell. Only when attacked, the spirit dragon would appear to protect the body, and the appearance of the spirit dragon would not be seen by the enemy. Only Yang Qin could find it. Now Gong Sunling, next to Yang Qin, did not notice the appearance of the spirit dragon at all. Instead, the mountain river geographical map trembled a few times. In Gong Sunling's view, it was just a little accident in the process of absorbing the 7th metal true essence, so she did not care. Watching the spirit dragon disappear on the Golden Bell with joy, Yang Qin did not stop the sacrificial refining of the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell was still madly absorbing the 7th metal true essence liquid, as if there was still room for it. This made Yang Qin even more surprised. If he could light up the 3rd dragon pattern, not only would he be able to add a spirit dragon to protect the body, but it would also stimulate the third function of the golden bell. The next sacrificial refining was a long and boring process. Fortunately, whether it was Yang Chen or Gong Sunling, they were used to this. Cultivation was long and boring. If you can't stand the loneliness, you can't seek the great way. However, Yang Chen was destined to be disappointed. In the next year's sacrificial refining, the golden bell absorbed almost twice the seventh metal true essence liquid of the previous year. But it never lit up the third dragon pattern. It was always a little short. No matter how hard Yang Chen worked, he couldn't cross it. Yang Chen knew that this was the limitation of his own cultivation base. Maybe he could only do it after his cultivation base was improved again. But even so, the third dragon pattern was considered to be half completed, and the dragon pattern was looming, only waiting for the final key breakthrough. The previous sacrificial refining was not in vain, which was enough to make Yang Chen happy. In terms of cultivation, Yang Chen was never greedy. If he could achieve it, Yang Chen would try his best to achieve it. If he could not achieve it, Yang Chen would not be frustrated. Maintaining a good mentality was the foundation of cultivation. No matter how fast the golden bell absorbed, it was still a lot worse than the gourd. The golden bell needed to absorb the seventh metal true essence, liquid to sacrificial refine, and the gourd only needed to be put in. The speed was naturally not the same. In 2 years, the gourd had collected almost 2/3 of the seventh metal true essence liquid, except for about a few tenths of the amount absorbed by the golden bell. The rest was all received into the gourd. At this moment, in the gourd, there was a lake of seventh metal true essence, liquid, with a radius of dozens of miles, which was many times more than the first with true essence liquid. The rest of the seventh metal true essence liquid, of course, Yang Chen did not intend to leave it for the demonic cultivators here. All of it must be collected clean. The only thing that made Yang Chen strange was how Taibai Jinxing Li Chongging left this vein of seventh metal true essence on the land of the demonic sex. Was it because the 9 secluded iron or was the most suitable metal or to produce seventh metal true essence? The golden bell could no longer be sacrificial refined, but Yang Chen still had the dome. The golden bell was still acting as a buffer for the seventh metal true essence liquid on the periphery, and Yang Chen began to sacrificial refine the dome inside. The dome has already experienced the 3rd layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the 6th layer of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art. Now Yang Chen's 7th metal spirit power was enough for further sacrificial refining. In the case of no need to worry about the lack of spiritual power, the purest 7th metal true essence liquid has been scouring the dome for 2.5 years. Now the dome exuded a pure 7th metal true essence aura from the inside to the outside. The 4th layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art was easily completed. Yang Chen did not stop and immediately carried out the 7th and 8th layers of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art. Perhaps Yang Chen's cultivation base was enough. Plus the 7th metal true essence liquid here was simply endless. The 8th layer of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art was completed almost effortlessly. After the completion of the 8th layer, Yang Chen stopped and observed it carefully. The entire domed hall seemed to be completely different from how it was at the beginning. The original golden hall had now turned into a pure gold. Yang Chen did not even have to do actual experiments to know that the protective power of the dome was at least twice as strong as when he first got it. Even if it was a master of the peak Yuanying stage, it would not necessarily be able to break the protection of the dome. This was not counting the 7-step enchantment killing formation inside. After such sacrificial refining, the 7-7-49 flying sword inside had almost undergone a rebirth. The power was so great that it was definitely more than twice as strong as before. If you want to add the increase in power of the formation, the current 7-step enchantment killing formation, even if a master of the early Deshang stage came in, he would not necessarily be able to escape. The master of the Yuanying stage could almost be said to come in and die. There would be no accidents. Chapter 734. With the two weapons, the golden bell and the dome. Even if Yang Chen did not use the bloody river, it could be said that he would be safe and sound in the mortal world, and there would be no more life-threatening danger. In this way, the quenching time of the immortal beheading blade could be longer. As a life source magic weapon, the longer the quenching time, the closer it would be to his own spiritual awareness, and the more convenient it would be to control it. There were many benefits. After the sacrificial refining of the dome, Yang Qin calculated the time. He and Gong Sunling had entered this space for 3 years. In the past 3 years, Gong Sunling has been closely guarding Yang Qin, and Yang Chen was so busy that he didn't even talk to Gong Sunling, which made Yang Qin feel a little guilty. There was still a small part of the 7th metal true essence liquid, and it was estimated that it would be completely collected in a few months. Yang Chen had no other sacrificial refining plan for the time being, so he simply pulled Gong Sunling and started spiritual awareness double cultivation again. Gong Sunling would not refuse any request of Yang Chen. In fact, when Gong Sunling pretended to be Yang Chen's concubine, she had already placed herself as Yang Chen's woman. Even that kind of shameful thing, Gong Sunling has never refused, let alone the spiritual awareness double cultivation, which was a very normal practice. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has been greatly improved because of the Yang 5 elements, reaching the level of the peak middle Deshang stage. It must be known that the improvement of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was not as easy as the original early Jiedan stage to the middle Jiedan stage. From the middle Deshang stage to the peak of the middle Deshang stage, the improvement definitely exceeded the level of the early Yuanying stage to the peak Yuanying stage. Gong Sunling was the first to feel this terrifying improvement. After her spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen, it was once again improved by a small level and reached the level of the middle Yuanying stage. At the same time, the density of his sea of consciousness simply shocked Gong Sunling. She was even more surprised by her beloved's mysterious cultivation. Of course, the smart Gong Sunling would not ask anything else. She would not even ask where the 7th metal true essence liquid came from. She only knew that this time, not only Yang Qin, but even she had benefited greatly. Moreover, Yang Qin would definitely not mistreat his own people, and that was enough. Originally, according to Yang Chen's plan, after collecting the rest of the 7th metal true essence solution, he would take Gong Sunling back to Chunyang Palace immediately to figure out how to trick the Taishaman in the secret plane. However, after the gourd collected all the 7th metal true essence solution, Yang Chen subconsciously swept with his spiritual awareness and suddenly stood in the air, unable to move his eyes. Gong Sunling was also planning to leave with Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen's appearance, she didn't know what happened. She followed Yang Chen's gaze and looked down. Suddenly, she was like a fool, hanging in the air, motionless. Below this space, after collecting all the 7th metal true essence solution, it did not show a level, but became a hard ground with various edges and corners. The most shocking thing was that those so-called edges and corners were simply pieces of crystal stones that exuded an extremely pure 7th metal true essence aura. Under the 7th metal true essence solution, it turned out to be all 7th metal crystal stones. Even if Yang Chen's previous life memory contained countless big scenes, but looking at so many 7th metal crystal stones, Yang Chen still could not completely control his emotions. His spiritual awareness penetrated the 7th metal crystal stone and soon reached the bottom. The 7th metal crystal stone was much less than the 7th metal true essence solution, and the total height was only more than 20 feet. This was the constant accumulation of 7th metal true essence solution here, more and more condensed, more and more viscous, and finally it could not continue to hold. So the 7th metal true essence solution below began to condense into a 7th metal crystal stone under great pressure. A piece of 7th metal crystal stone contained 7th metal true essence, almost 100 times the same volume of 7th metal true essence solution. There were so many 7th metal crystal stones, almost more than all the 7th metal true essence solution collected by Yangchen. This time, of course, Yangchen would not leave. Good things must not be left to the demon sections. Yangchen just looked at Gong Sunling, then cheered together, quickly landed on the 7th metal crystal stone, and began to quickly collect the 7th metal crystal stone from the merit ring. The crystal stone 7th metal crystal stone was more stable than the 7th metal true essence solution, and it was easy to store. At the same time, there was another advantage. It was not like the 7th metal true essence solution, which exuded a violent 7th metal true essence. If the attribute was not right, people with a slightly lower cultivation base would be crushed into slag. The 7th metal crystal stone did not have this problem at all, and it could be easily collected. Yangchen even thought about which 7th metal flying sword he wanted. The Immortal beheading blade, the original Qinkuan sword case, was essentially a 7th metal attribute. After the Immortal beheading blade was tempered by the blood river, it would be soaked in the purest 7th metal true essence solution, plus some 4C's mysterious coral liquid. All impurities would be precipitated, and it could become a pure 7th metal flying sword. The original sword scabbard was only refined by a Jindan stage senior. Although the technique was ingenious and had unlimited growth potential, the materials were slightly insufficient. Moreover, the tempering skill was not enough, and it was not enough to remove all the impurities. At that time, Yangchen only needed to disassemble the materials of the dome, then integrate them into the Immortal beheading blade for sacrificial refining. It could become a high-quality 7th metal flying sword. Even if there were still impurities, it would not be too much trouble. Now, with these 7th metal crystal stones and 7th metal true essence solution, he could completely ignore these problems. He believed that even a piece of stubborn iron, after being tempered by the 7th metal true essence solution, coupled with the washing of the 7th metal crystal stone, it could also become the most original 7th metal material. Inadvertently, Yangchen's great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword was solved. How could Yangchen not be overjoyed? Yangchen and Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness, double cultivation, this time took about 2 or 3 months. After collecting the 7th metal crystal stone, it took another 3 or 2 months before this huge space was swept clean. Of course, all the formations were not destroyed by Yangchen. This place would still gather the 7th metal true essence of the huge 9 secluded demon iron mining area and slowly form such a scale again. However, that might be hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. There was nothing left for Yangchen to stay here. After a careful exploration, Yangchen hugged Gong Sunling's slender waist and flew up. In the air, he made dozens of secret techniques towards the top of his head. The square hole began to appear again on the top of his head. Yangchen and Gong Sunling rushed directly into the buffer liquid at the beginning. It was completely the opposite of the way they came in, except that the hole was opened from below. Every time they opened a layer, Yangchen and Gong Sunling would rise a space. After a day and night, the two figures returned to the ground. Chapter 735. As soon as they came out of the hole, Yangchen and Gong Sunling noticed that there was something wrong with the surroundings. The mountain where the hole was located was actually firmly blocked in a huge formation. As soon as the two came out of the hole, they triggered the restriction and launched the formation. Boom! The overwhelming attack mercilessly attacked Yangchen and Gong Sunling, and there was no intention of mercy. It seemed that they wanted to kill Yangchen and Gong Sunling. Demons slaughtering gods formation. Yangchen's mind immediately flashed the name of a formation. This demons slaughtering gods formation is known as one of the strongest demon sect formations in the mortal world. The power of the attack is rare in the world. However, this formation is not so easy to arrange. Not to mention anything else, the materials needed for the formation alone are enough to bankrupt a medium-sized sect. This is not counting the powerful masters to be dispatched in the process of setting up the formation. To successfully arrange such a formation, it requires at least 12 masters in the middle yuanying stage who cooperate with each other. In the arrangement of several key points, it requires unified action and unified spiritual power control. It is impossible to complete without a well-trained master. Not only that, in the process of launching, it also requires the 12 yuanying stage masters to cooperate at all times and control the direction of the formation to be successful. Once someone messes up the rhythm, the result will be the backlash of the entire formation. Maybe the controller of the formation can survive, but the formation will immediately collapse because it can't be controlled. Even with these materials and masters, it will take at least a year to complete the entire formation. This demon's slaughtering gods formation is known for its powerful attack power, but there is a fatal flaw, that is, it can only attack the enemy within a dozen feet of the center of the formation. If the enemy escapes from this range, all the attacks will fail. It is for this reason that the so-called powerful demon's slaughtering gods formation, to a large extent, is just a weak formation. Few people will use it in actual combat, but the situation of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling was different. When the two entered the hole from here, they must have been seen. Knowing that they wouldn't come out in a short time, those people leisurely laid out this array formation outside. As long as they opened the cave entrance, it would trigger the restriction and launch an attack. Yang Chen did not expect that the other party would use such a level of formation to attack him and Gong Sunling. Just how much hatred did he have for him to want to kill him to the point where not even his dregs were left? Now Yang Chen has no time to think about who did it. Almost without thinking, Yang Chen released the golden bell and enveloped himself and Gong Sunling. In a flash, Yang Chen's second action was to receive Gong Sunling into the pure bottle medicine garden in an instant, and then he opened the dome hall, and at the same time launched the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and quickly promoted the body refining technique to the extreme. While he was doing all this, he didn't stop at all. He quickly rushed in a random direction. After the attack range of the demon's slaughtering gods formation, as long as he rushed out of this range, he could get rid of the attack of the formation. Countless rays of light converged on Yang Chen, who was in the midst of flying. Even if Yang Chen's speed was fast, he could not escape such a well-prepared blow. In the bang, Yang Chen's body was wrapped in countless rays of light. In the center of the entire formation, it was like an atomic bomb was detonated. In an instant, the top of the mountain in that area was flattened. Yang Chen's figure disappeared directly in the dazzling light and overwhelming smoke. In a place far away from the demon's slaughtering gods formation, Lady Fanghua quietly appeared, followed by two little girls who were almost inseparable, silently watching the movement here. I finally came out. Lady Fanghua spat out these words in her mouth. Then, as if she had lost something beloved, she sighed slightly. What a pity! Unfortunately, these two words had just left her mouth when the situation over there suddenly changed dramatically. A dull bell suddenly sounded, and then dozens of bright rays of light suddenly flashed, particularly eye-catching in the smoke and dust all over the sky. What is that? Lady Fenghua's eyes suddenly turned into a look of surprise, and her voice trembled a little. The two little girls were so close that they could even see Lady Fenghua's body, which seemed to be trembling slightly. When the rays of light were about to approach the golden bell, the figures of two spiritual dragons suddenly flashed and flew rapidly, blocking all the rays of light. Among the flying rays of light in the sky, there were also more than a dozen sharp flying swords, almost at the same time on the golden bell. In the loud bang, the spiritual dragons couldn't intercept all the rays of light, but a small part still broke through the defense of the golden bell and rushed to the periphery of the dome hall. Puff, 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 like a sharp weapon piercing tofu, a series of sounds rang out. On the outer wall of the dome hall, there were countless small holes in an instant. Dozens of rays of light passed through the 4 portals of the dome hall and flew toward Yang Chen in the center. Ding, ding, ding. Yang Chen's skin was finally directly attacked, and there was a crisp sound like metal hitting. On the skin that was harder than steel, dozens of blood spots appeared in an instant. In the meridians, dozens of tiny spiritual spikes rushed in and began to destroy Yang Chen's body. 5 golden cores of the Yang 5 elements, plus 2 golden cores of the Yin 5 elements. The 7 golden cores rotated crazily. Dozens of spikes of spirit power were scattered in the 7 golden cores. Each golden core could only withstand a few attacks. Under the laborious rotation, all the spikes of spirit power slowly disappeared. Even so, Yang Chen still couldn't fully withstand this terrifying attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his internal organs were all injured. Although he had taken all the attacks, his whole body was like a sieve at the moment, full of holes. Compared with these spiritual attacks, the dozens of flying sword attacks mixed in them were simply weak and were easily blocked by the golden bell. Fortunately, Yang Chen's flying figure was not affected. But during the time of this blow, Yang Chen had already left the attack range of the demons, slaughtering God's formation. It was not Yang Chen's style to be beaten and not fight back. As soon as he left that area, Yang Chen released the 7 steps enchanted killing array of the dome hall. 7 by 7, 49 flying swords that had been sacrificially refined by the 7th metal true essence solution flew around. At the same time, the attack of the opponent's flying sword was absorbed by the golden bell, and a dull bell sounded leisurely and spread around. Chapter 736. The demons slaughtering God's formation was a pure offensive formation. For the person who controls the formation, if it is not successful, he must face the enemy's crazy counterattack. However, it was rare for the enemy to counterattack after the formation was launched. At least so far, there has been no such precedent. The formation not only gathered the power of the 12 Yuanying stage masters to attack, but also used hundreds of high-grade spirit stones when setting up the formation, which added up to the consumption of a few pounds of top-grade spirit stones. With such a huge spiritual power attack, the 12 Yuanying stage masters were just the target of the control attack. From the previous news, among the people who entered the cave, the highest cultivation base was the white bone old demon, who was at the peak Yuanying stage. The others were either Yuanying stage masters or Jedon stage masters. It seemed that Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had the lowest cultivation base. Even if these people worked together, it was impossible for them to take a blow from the demons slaughtering God's formation. In the more than 3 years since they disappeared and reappeared, even if the white bone old demon, who had the highest cultivation base, had a fortuitous encounter and was promoted to the realm of the Deshang stage, it was impossible to take this blow, not to mention that there has never been a Yin fire tribulation around. The white bone old demon could not enter the Deshang stage. Because the distance was close, the masters who set up the formation saw it very clearly. The 2 people who came out, all the people who set up the formation knew them. It was Yang Chen and Gong Sunling with the lowest cultivation base. 12 Yuanying stage masters. As long as they came out together, they could capture the 2 people. However, the restrictions of the formation had been launched, but it was no longer up to them. They could only control the formation and attack Yang Chen, and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen's reaction was fast enough. He wanted to rush forward and get out of the attack range, but this was impossible. The 12 masters watched the spirit power attack of the demons slaughtering God's formation fall on Yang Chen's body, and everyone had a feeling of killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was a waste of the attack of the demons slaughtering God's formation, and it was said that they had to immediately replenish the spirit stones to attack the next master who came out. No one would have thought that a little guy in the early Jedon stage could survive under such an attack. It was precisely because of this mentality that they didn't even trust the reaction of the flying sword they sent out. Of course, the flying sword couldn't break the defense of the golden bell, but no one cared. Yang Chen was a descendant of an expert from a big family, so it was normal for him to have some powerful protective artifacts on him. It was also very normal for the flying sword to be unable to do anything to him. But no matter what kind of magic treasure it was impossible to block the attack of the demon, horde, god-slaughtering formation. No one would have thought that in this mortal world there was such an abnormal thing as the golden bell left by the dragon clan. And no one would have thought that in addition to the golden bell, Yangqin also had a dome with a metal attribute that could be used as a second layer of protection. Of course, the most impossible thing was that there would be a cultivation method of the immortal world in the mortal world. The yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, this heaven-defying cultivation method, actually appeared in Yang Chen's body. Unexpectedly, all of this led to a very serious consequence. When the bell rang, everyone was unprepared, including Lady Fanghua, who was looking at it from a distance. It was just a low bell sound, and the 12 Yuanying stage masters who controlled the formation without any reaction were stunned to the ground by the bell sound. Before they fell to the ground, they were greeted by 49 golden flying swords. At the moment of being beheaded, Yang Qin also saw the true faces of the 12 Yuanying stage masters. What surprised Yang Qin was that these masters turned out to be the 12 female dancers who performed the Heavenly Demon's alluring dance for Yang Qin and Gong Sunling that day. They looked just like ordinary people and had no cultivation base. On that day, Yang Qin actually faced 12 Yuanying stage masters. Once they attacked, Yang Qin and Gong Sunling were likely to become 2 corpses in an instant. These 12 people also let Yang Qin know who was behind the scenes of the demon, horde, god-slaughtering formation. Except for Lady Fanghua, there seemed to be no one else. Speaking of which, Lady Fanghua was also the one who hid the deepest. On that day, even the white-bone old demon could not hold back and hurriedly appeared. But Lady Fanghua had been holding back until the end and did not even use a trace of spiritual awareness to explore. Perhaps Lady Fanghua knew that the one who laughed at the end was the real winner, so she had been waiting patiently outside, waiting for the people who entered the cave to appear. The purpose of arranging the demon, horde, god-slaughtering formation was that no matter who came out, he must be killed by her, and the things she got must be changed to another owner. The calculation was good, but no one would have expected that Yang Qin was not destroyed by the demon, horde, god-slaughtering formation in one blow, but had a way to fight back. When the golden sword light began to fly in the sky, Madame Fanghua, who was looking at it from afar, did not hesitate to turn around and escape. Even the 2 little girls behind her did not care to lead. As for other people, it was not a problem. At this time, she could escape as far as she could. A master who could withstand the attack of the demon, horde, god-slaughtering formation, and even counterattack, killing her 12 junior sisters in an instant, no matter who it was not someone she could afford to provoke now. Even if she was in her heyday facing the 12 junior sisters, it was impossible for her to kill them so easily in an instant. So in addition to escaping, Lady Fanghua had no other thoughts. The distance was very far, and Lady Fanghua did not see which master appeared. The most likely possibility was that there was a super master sealed here, and Yang Qin went down to rescue him and gain benefits. As soon as this master escaped from the seal, he was attacked, and in anger he counterattacked and killed. In addition to this explanation, Lady Fanghua could not think of any other possibilities. If there was really another possibility, maybe she saw 2 figures at the time, or maybe it was 2 masters who came out. The difference was that, after this desperate escape, Lady Fanghua did not dare to show her face easily for decades. No one knew where she went, or even whether she was alive or not. Everyone had only one guess. After Lady Fanghua and the white-bone old demon teamed up to plot against Yi Jinxiong of Wuji Demon School, they were afraid of the revenge of Wuji Demon School, so they hid very thoroughly, but no one knew the specific truth. As soon as Lady Fanghua escaped, there was no one else who dared to stay in the same place. For a time, the people who had been arranged fled in all directions in an instant and disappeared completely. except for the broken bodies of the 12 beautiful Yuanying stage masters. There was nothing else. Yang Chen endured the pain and made this attack, and then his whole body seemed to be emptied and there was no strength. With the remaining will, he released Gong Sunling and only said one sentence, "Escape," and fainted directly. As soon as Gong Sunling appeared, she saw the surrounding scene. Yang Chen's whole body was covered in blood, and Gong Sunling was scared to death. Chapter 737. Fortunately, Gong Sunling was a genius in cultivation, and she was also a person who was good at observing. As soon as she came out, she found that Yang Chen was seriously injured. She was about to escape immediately according to Yang Chen's instructions, but when she glanced around, she still found the strangeness around her. Everyone was running away, and there was a pile of corpses on the ground. The head of the beautiful woman who was cut off could still be recognized as the dancer of the heavenly demon's alluring dance, and Gong Sunling immediately knew the identity of the opponent. At the same time, she also had another judgment of the situation in front of her. Gong Sunling didn't know what kind of attack Yang Chen was facing, but looking at Yang Chen's injury, she knew that it was not an ordinary attack. The role of the Golden Bell was introduced to Yang Chen through her mind when she was cultivating with her spiritual awareness. It could break through the protection of the Golden Bell and even hurt Yang Chen. It was definitely an extremely powerful attack. If such a method did not kill her lover, but her lover killed the 12 masters, it was normal for the other party to escape desperately. If Lady Fanghuan knew that Yang Chen only had the power to make one blow, she would definitely regret why she ran so fast and even didn't wait for the result to appear. Since this was the case, Gong Sunling was not so anxious to escape. Instead, she first gave Yang Chen a healing medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen himself, and then quickly put away the Qingkuan bags of the 12 masters, and put away the valuable things among the formation materials on the ground. Then she held Yang Chen, summoned the ship, and left quickly. For a long time, the top of the 5 Peaks intersection became a destination for many people to explore. Countless people used various methods to find the square hole that had appeared before, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not find a trace of it. Many people even thought about directly escaping underground. Some masters escaped to the depths of thousands of feet underground, but still did not find anything. In the end, they could only leave resentfully. However, there were still quite a number of people who did not give up. They wandered around the area for a long time, mining while waiting. In the end, a small city and market were formed here, and it was very lively. Of course, Yang Chen did not know about this. Although he was still unconscious, his aura was not weak. After taking the pill, the wounds on his body were also slowly healing. Seeing this scene, Gong Sunling relaxed a lot, controlled the ship, urged the fastest speed, and flew in the direction of home. The ship also referred to the same design as the flying shuttle. As long as a spirit stone was inlaid in the center of a certain formation, it could automatically draw the spiritual power from the spirit stone to fly, so there was no need for Gong Sunling to pay attention to it all the time. At this moment, Gong Sunling's thoughts were all on Yang Chen. After the wound was carefully cleaned and bandaged, Gong Sunling began to carefully examine Yang Chen's internal organs. The spiritual power penetrated into Yang Chen's body, and Gong Sunling was shocked. Yang Chen's body was almost full of injuries. Fortunately, the injuries were slowly recovering under the powerful medicinal power, and Yang Chen was only unconscious due to exhaustion and the impact of the injuries, so the problem was not big. After waiting for a period of time, when the medicinal power of the healing medicinal pill was almost consumed, Gong Sunling once again gave a medicinal pill to Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen woke up soon after taking it. With the careful support of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen sat up, and then he understood the current situation of the two. In this regard, Yang Chen could not change anything for the time being. The most important thing now was to heal his injuries immediately. Fortunately, although the injuries on Yang Chen's body seemed to be very serious, most of them were skin injuries. The spiritual power spikes that really invaded the internal organs had been absorbed and refined by the 7 Golden Dawn. The internal organ injuries looked scary, but they were not very serious. In this regard, Yang Qin had the best healing medicinal pills. After Gong Sunling found a hidden place to stop, it only took Yang Qin a short month to completely heal the injuries in his body. Gong Sunling finally knew what kind of terrifying attack Yang Qin faced at the time. Especially after listening to Yang Qin's narrative, and then seeing with her own eyes the dome hall that was attacked and full of potholes. She was even more scared. She almost hugged Yang Qin and cried out. It took a long time for her to return to normal under Yang Qin's soft comfort. Yang Qin recovered and naturally had no fear. The two directly took Yang Qin's shuttle and flew in the direction of Chunying Palace. In order to add some more content to the mountain river geographical map, Yang Qin deliberately chose a completely different route from when he came. It was a big circle, but it could add a lot of mountains and rivers to the mountain river geographical map. But in any case, this trip was an unforgettable experience for Gong Sunling, especially the part where she disguised as Yang Qin's concubine and fought with Lady Fanghua. It was still fresh in Gong Sunling's memory. Every time she thought of it, she always blushed, but she was obsessed with the feeling of being intimate with Yang Qin at that time. Sometimes it was really like curling up in Yang Qin's arms for a lifetime, having a long dream and never waking up. This experience broadened Gong Sunling's horizons a lot, and she also found many of her shortcomings. The more infatuated she was with Yang Qin, the more Gong Sunling knew that she must become stronger. Otherwise, she could not keep up with Yang Qin's pace of progress, and her mind of cultivation was more determined. As for the escaped Lady Fanghua and her sect, Yin Yang Demon School, they quietly became Gong Sunling's must-kill list, especially Lady Fanghua. Maybe she didn't have the ability to kill Lady Fanghua now, but Gong Sunling had secretly vowed that one day she must kill Lady Fanghua to avenge Yang Qin and herself. From Chunyang Palace to here, it took a full 6 months to come here. Going back in a big circle, it took 3 more months. The route chosen by Yang Qin was not too dangerous along the way. After the Yang 5 Elements condensation dam, Yang Qin's cultivation base was improved again, and the shuttle was faster, enough to leave any threat far behind. Of course, on the way back, Yang Qin and Gong Sunling did not waste any time. Gong Sunling was more diligent in her cultivation, and Yang Qin was no exception. Taking advantage of this gap, he absorbed and merged a 3rd-grade fire seed of the 3rd fire and 4th fire, which made the power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire increase a bit, and the 3rd fire and 4th fire Jiran also rose a bit. Having returned to the Dao Sec site, Yang Qin stopped after absorbing 2 kinds of fire seeds and began to ponder what method to use to make the Taishaman take the bait. At the same time, he could also let the Blue Cloud sect Master Lu and the Green Jade Immortal Islands, Lord of Tantai, clean up the masters in the sect who did not listen to them. Getting closer and closer to the sect, Gong Sunling was more and more distant from Yang Qin. It seemed that she was afraid that others would see something. She always had a straight face and a serious cultivation, so that Yang Qin looked at it, and he was a little embarrassed. In any case, he had to go back to the sect to see his master first. Chapter 738. The return of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling did make Gao Yu a lot happier, especially after Gao Yu learned that Yang Qin had condensed another kind of spiritual power. She was even happier. It seemed that Yang Qin's improvement was happier than her own improvement. However, when Gao Yu looked at Gong Sunling, there was always a trace of elusiveness. As if she had never seen Gong Sunling before, she stared at her for a while with some concentration. After Gong Sunling blushed, she smiled and pulled Gong Sunling away. No one knew what the 2 women were talking about. Back at the sect, Yang Qin, of course, went to see the Master Ancestor immediately after paying respects to his master. Master Ancestor Wang Yong has been busy preparing to refine the dragon horn flying sword with Gao Yu recently, and all the materials were being prepared. This was not something that could be completed in 3 to 5 years. Even with the output of the 100,000 mountains, some things could not be obtained overnight. Fortunately, the most core material, the dragon horn, was already available. All that was needed were some auxiliary materials. Even if it was a precious thing, it could be purchased with spirit stones. For the current Chunyang Palace, the problem that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem. What Gaoyu had to do now was to use her own spiritual awareness and spiritual power to constantly scour the 2 dragon horns and imprint her own mark as much as possible. After all, Gaoyu was only at the Jiedan stage. In the face of such high-level goods as the dragon horn, she was a bit powerless. She could only use this kind of painstaking work to slowly refine it. Fortunately, this method not only did not delay the cultivation, but it was also of great benefit to the cultivation. Constantly scouring the dragon horns meant that Gaoyu had to constantly let her own spiritual power and spiritual awareness flow. This was an almost sleepless cultivation process. When Wang Yong saw Yangchen, he saw the improvement of his cultivation at a glance. In front of his own master ancestor, Yangchen was unguarded and did not think of deliberately concealing his cultivation. "Good job, keep up the good work." Wang Yong could be described as extremely satisfied with Yangchen. Seeing that Yangchen's cultivation had improved, he immediately praised him briefly. On the side of the head of the palace, Yangchen also had to pay a visit. This was the routine homework after each return. However, compared with the past, this time it seemed that Yangchen did not do anything earth-shattering, which made the palace master feel a bit strange. Every time Yangchen went out and came back, he would always bring some shocking news. This time, there was no news, and the head of the palace could not help but feel strange. Yangchen and Gongsun Ling agreed on the road that this time, for the time being, except for Gaoyu, no one would be told. Gongsun Ling enjoyed the feeling of sharing a secret with Yangchen. Of course, she hurriedly nodded and agreed. During the 3 years that they had been away, some of the arrangements in Chunyang Palace had been on the right track. In particular, the plan to develop forces in the secular world had now been mostly implemented. Every country in the secular world had already had the peripheral forces of Chunyang Palace operating. In each country, there were 2 or 3 families that had been developed after the slaves of Chunyang Palace returned home. With the secret support of Chunyang Palace, these families had successfully opened up the situation and gained a foothold. They didn't behave too excessively. Although they could easily do that, they didn't behave too excessively. On the surface, they only had a certain influence in the land they operated, and they did not show the mountain and did not show the water. In the past few years, the Pyongyang Palace has received a lot of talented disciples. Some disciples were definitely found in the crowd that the cultivators had never thought of before: beggars, slaves, businessmen, officials, and so on. The spiritual root attributes of these disciples were almost all above 70, which was much stronger than the previous ones who could be recruited into the sect as long as they were over 40. When he thought of other sect, whether it was Taishamin, Blue Cloud sect, or Green Jade Immortal Island, the disciples they recruited were all picked by their own sect. That feeling was not generally good. Although the head of the palace also knew that these big sect must have their own channels to recruit disciples, and some disciples with excellent qualifications were willing to go to these big sect, this did not prevent him from being secretly happy. The 100,000 mountains were getting more and more on the right track. After decades of operation, the forces of Blue Cloud sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Chunyang Palace, and Beast Taming sect had been as solid as a rock, and no other large or small forces could be inserted. The huge benefits brought by the 100,000 mountains every year made the head of the palace happy from ear to ear. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave has always been under the control of the head of the palace. So far, thousands of loyal disciples who have passed the test have entered the Immortals Cave to cultivate. With the assistance of Yang Chen's inner sensing pills and a lot of other medicinal pills, the cultivation of these disciples was rapid, and the strength of Chunyang Palace was also flourishing. This was not to mention that Chunyang Palace had promoted 2 masters of the Yuanying stage. The Immortal's Cave also recruited 8 Yuanying stage monster cultivators to join the Hall of Eccentrics, and senior brother Wang Yong had also entered the Deshang stage. The status of Chunying Palace could almost be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. It must be known that in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave, there were many monster cultivators from the Qi refining stage to the Foundation Dan stage, and Chunyang Palace now had a systematic cultivation method, and many monster cultivators had been drawn into the Hall of Eccentrics. Now, only waiting for the Taishaman to solve the troubles of the rumors and recruit the monster cultivators, Chunyang Palace could slowly expose the power of these monster cultivators. Wang Yong and the old tree demon were behind the portal of the master of the Deshang stage in the Immortal's Cave. It was said that they were persuading the only master of the Deshang stage monster cultivator to join the sect. After such a long time, the 3 masters seemed to have some appreciation for each other. It would not be long before Chunyang Palace would have a 3rd master of the Deshang stage. Externally, the relationship with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island was getting closer and closer, and the cooperation between the 2 sides was getting deeper and deeper. Even if the Taishaman were now determined to wipe out Chunyang Palace, it would not be so easy. Even if the relationship between the 2 sects was not considered, the strength of Chunyang Palace itself could make the Taishaman hurt again. Everything happened during the period when the head of the sect was in charge of the sect, just in this short period of more than 100 years. Watching the sect become stronger and stronger day by day, this huge sense of accomplishment was even more satisfying than the improvement of the head of the palace. It must be mentioned that after Yang Chen reported to the head of the palace about what happened when he went out, he congratulated the head of the palace. Because Yang Chen had already seen that the head of the palace, who was originally only in the middle Yuanying stage, now had the cultivation base of the late Yuanying stage. Chapter 739. For Yang Chen's vision, the head of the palace has always been very admiring. Therefore, when Yang Chen congratulated himself, the head of the palace was not surprised at all. Thinking about the moment when he broke through, the head of the palace was still very emotional. He originally thought that his cultivation base in this life would stop here, but he did not expect that there was still a breakthrough. What made the head of the palace a little secretly happy was that Yang Chen also gave himself a charming double cultivation companion, and it was also the kind of person who was obedient, so that while his cultivation base was improved, he could also have a very high physical and mental enjoyment every time. Here, the head of the palace could not help but sigh at the magic of the double cultivation method that Yang Chen left him. Not only did he have a breakthrough, but even his own puppet double cultivation companion Wan Qian unexpectedly also broke through in the passive cultivation and also entered the late Yuanying stage. This also meant that the combat power of the head of the palace had also doubled. Except for Yang Chen, no one knew that the head of the palace had a female puppet master who had the same cultivation base as him. Once she made a move, plus the mantis puppet of the head of the palace, even if he encountered a master of the Deshang stage, he could still fight. What's the plan for the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave? After the head of the palace and Yang Chen chatted a few words about the effect of the double cultivation, they turned the topic to the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave. Even if the double cultivation method was given by Yang Chen and the double cultivation companion was found by Yang Chen, but as an elder, talking about these topics with Yang Chen, the head of the palace was still a little embarrassed, so he quickly changed the topic. The head of the palace asked about the plan of the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave because only Yang Chen had been there, and only Yang Chen understood the situation. There was another reason, that was Yang Chen was now the young palace master in his and the elders' hearts, and naturally he had to bear some of the sex matters. There is no plan for the time being. Yang Chen answered honestly. Then he explained, after the issue of the Taishaman is settled, it will take at least 10 years or even longer for the other sect to follow suit and recruit demons on a large scale. Let's see how things go by then. Although he had a general direction, Yang Chen didn't have a specific plan yet. Palace Master Zhang Jiao listened and nodded, approving Yang Chen's explanation. Now the monster race in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave has not been settled. If the Chunyang Palace swells too much at once, not to mention the Taishaman, it was estimated that the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island would have some scruples. It was a good thing to always think about revitalizing the sect, but the truth that haste makes waste, the head of the palace still understood. In the entire Chunyang Palace, he was more satisfied with the disciple in front of him. After bidding farewell to the head of the palace, Yang Chen returned to his master Gao Yu again. His own 4 slaves had become inner sect disciples. For a long time, Yang Chen has not recruited slaves, although there were countless people waiting for him to choose. Whatever happened, Yang Chen would come to his master's side and let his master's servants help him deal with it. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling seemed to talk a lot. Gong Sunling kept her head down and her face was red. When she occasionally looked up at Yang Chen, there was always a complex and inexplicable shyness, and then quickly lowered her head. Gao Yu, on the other hand, had an inexplicable rebuke on her face, which made Yang Chen feel a little guilty. In the outside experience, Yang Chen's performance to Gong Sunling also made Gao Yu very pleased. Even from the bottom of her heart, Gao Yu seemed to be a little envious of Gong Sunling. At least she could be shy but sweet in Yang Chen's arms and pretend to be Yang Chen's concubine for a long time. At the critical moment, you still know to protect Ling. You know what's good for you. Gao Yu reprimanded Yang Chen, and then asked Yang Chen what he planned to do next. The matter of the Taishaman, Yang Chen would certainly not tell his master and senior sister and let them worry. And Yang Chen's answer to his master's question was naturally about cultivation. Yang Chen now knew that because there were 3 kinds of spiritual power in the Yang 5 elements, it drove all the spiritual power in the Yang 5 elements to condense. The Yin 5 elements now have 2 kinds of spiritual power condensing. So as long as there is another kind of spiritual power condensing, Yang Chen can complete the Yin 5 elements condensing. Although there would not be any other fortuitous encounters in a short period of time, and there would not be any discovery of the true essence, but as long as Yang Chen spent a few years and specialized in refining a kind of spiritual power, he could also condense his Dan. This plan, Yang Chen told his master, and even Gao Yu couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that Yang Chen could complete the condensing of all the attributes. In addition to the shock, she still felt a little incredible. This was the result of Yang Chen not telling his master completely. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was a full attribute foundation builder. They all thought that Yang Chen was the 5 kinds of spiritual power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. No one would have thought that Yang Chen was actually a full attribute Yin and Yang 5 elements. If people knew that Yang Chen was a full attribute Yin and Yang 5 elements condensing, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Yang Chen was willing to cultivate in the sect for a while. Of course, Gao Yu was happy. Every time Yang Chen went out, Gao Yu was worried, but there was no reason to stop him from going out. It was still safe to stay in the sect, and he could improve his cultivation base, which made Gao Yu very satisfied. Now Gao Yu wanted very simple. As long as Yang Chen could be safe, if he was still in front of her, it would be better. No matter what, it was better than Yang Chen going out and being attacked and injured by the demons slaughtering God's formation. In the sect, Yang Chen also relaxed for a few days, and then went directly to Shanghai Feng. Now the shop operated by Shanghai Feng is no longer the original small shop, but a big shop in the market that can be compared with the sect's Chinchou Pavilion. Shanghai Feng's cultivation base has also entered the late Yuanying stage. It seems that it is not a problem to break through to the peak Yuanying stage in a few decades. With the help of Yang Chen, within 100 years, he would be a Jiedan stage master. Compared with the original decades of being trapped in the Qi refining stage, the current Shanghai Feng can almost be said to be no worse than those disciples with good qualifications. When he came to Shanghai Feng, the first thing Yang Qin did was to double the reward for Taishimin Yanglan. Up to now, no one has come to receive the reward. Naturally, no one has succeeded. But I am afraid this is related to Yanglan staying in the Taishimin sect. Every day he was reminded that he was afraid of being assassinated by others. It is estimated that Yanglan really tasted the taste of being chased in Yang Chen's previous life. When the reward is doubled, there will be more people who will naturally be tempted, and Yanglan will live in fear all the time. This gradually rising fear is the beginning of Yang Chen's revenge. For the time being, Yanglan doesn't have to worry about the people in the sect doing something to him. But when the reward is raised to a new height, even if there is a rule not to kill each other, maybe someone will take the risk to do it. At that time, it is the beginning of Yanglan's real fear. Chapter 740. Yang Qin, recently someone has offered a bounty to interpret some ancient texts. After arranging the bounty for Yanglan that Yang Qin had explained, Shangguan Feng returned to Yang Qin again. Maybe you will be interested. Interpret ancient texts? Yang Chen's heart moved. Could it be from Taishimin? Thinking of this, Yang Qin couldn't help but ask, who is offering a bounty? An overseas rogue cultivator. Shangguan Feng replied, he said that he got an ancient secret book and needs a master who can interpret ancient texts to help interpret it. He is not afraid that I will learn it after I interpret it? Yang Qin asked casually. Since it was a rogue cultivator and it was a secret book, it was not necessarily from Taishimin. With an indifferent attitude, Yang Qin just wanted to know more about it. He will definitely describe the individual words one by one and split them up for you to interpret. Shangguan Feng replied with a smile. Anyway, as long as the order is disrupted, you won't know what the content is. That's true. Yang Chen nodded, but there were still some doubts in his heart. But in front of senior brother Shanghai Feng, he did not show too much. I think you should go and see it. Shangguan Feng looked very interested and said with a smile, there have been several people who have told me about this and asked me to help pay attention to it. I believe you will be interested in the bounty. Oh, hearing Shangguan Feng say this, Yang Qin immediately smelled a strong conspiracy. A bounty for an unknown rogue cultivator. There were several people who reminded Shangguan Feng. And the bounty was something that Yang Chen would be interested in. To say that it was not aimed at him, Yang Chen really did not believe it. It's a fire seed, a 4th grade fire seed. Shangguan Feng continued with a smile. Haven't you been collecting fire seeds? This guy's bounty seems to be directed at you. Hearing that the reward was a fire seed, Yang Chen could already be sure that this must be directed at him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people who reminded him through Shangguan Feng. 5 or 6 years ago, there was such a thing in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now it was so obvious that it had nothing to do with the Taishimin. There's no need to pay attention to this kind of news in the future. Shangguan Feng would not harm Yang Qin. He just told Yang Qin an indirect message. Yang Chen would not blame him. He just expressed his own thoughts. If anyone asks, just say that I'm not interested. All right. Shanghai Feng did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. Yang Chen's decision was Yang Chen's business. He had never thought of making decisions for Yang Qin, but curiosity still drove him to ask, but you don't want this 4th grade fire seed? Yes. Yang Qin smiled again and said, but I want to live more. What do you mean? Shanghai Feng's brows wrinkled. He told Yang Qin this news just to help Yang Qin. But if Yang Chen was hurt because of this, it was not his original intention. What kind of secret book is worth a 4th grade fire seed? Yang Qin sneered. If it's really so precious, he will never allow any leakage afterwards. Who knows if I will restore the secret book from those scattered words? Maybe there are not many words in the secret book? Shanghai Feng knew something about the grievances between Yang Qin and the Taishimin, but Yang Chen would never tell him everything, so he used such a reason to explain. But for Shanghai Feng, this reason was enough. When the other party arranged it, it was obvious that in order to attract the attention of Yang Qin, he used the reward of a 4th-grade fire seed. However, this became the only flaw. Yang Qin had a lot of low-grade fire seeds in his hands, so the 3rd-grade or lower fire seeds certainly could not attract Yang Qin. The 4th-grade fire seed was just right. However, in order to attract Yang Qin, they forgot the preciousness of the 4th-grade fire seed. Perhaps in the eyes of those decision-makers, the 4th-grade fire seed was not a great thing, but it was really abnormal for a rogue cultivator to have it. Shanghai Feng immediately realized the danger. At first, he only thought that if Yang Chen could interpret it, he could easily get a 4th-grade fire seed, but he did not think too deeply about the danger. Of course, this was also because the few people who mentioned this matter to him were all old friends who had worked with him for many years, and he did not have too much defense at all. The other party also said it casually. Shanghai Feng thought that Yang Chen would be interested in it, so he went to understand it in depth, which also made him ignore some things. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt a cold sweat. I was negligent. Shanghai Feng's face was a little bad. This small thing also made him suddenly discover that even some of his friends who had worked with him for a long time in business were not necessarily completely trustworthy. Between these business partners or cooperation targets and Yang Qin, Shanghai Feng would definitely not hesitate to choose Yang Qin. Without Yang Qin, Shanghai Feng was nothing, but without these business partners, Shanghai Feng was still Shangguan Feng. It was as simple as that. This small episode did not seem to cause any waves except for the change in Shanghai Feng's attitude towards several business partners. But Yang Qin knew that this was his opportunity. After Yang Qin clearly expressed through Shanghai Feng that he was not interested in the interpretation of the ancient secret book, the matter seemed to begin to disappear, and then slowly disappeared in the eyes of the public, as if it had never appeared. Yang Qin began to make preparations. The other party repeatedly confirmed whether Yang Qin knew some ancient characters, and even used several methods to test him. This could only explain one point, that was, the Taishimin had something that needed Yang Qin to interpret, and it was very likely that Yang Qin was the only one who knew this thing at present. This seemed to be a very good opportunity. Yang Qin did not believe that it would be something like a secret book. There was no secret book that was worthy of such a big sect like the Taishimin to spend so much effort. It must be known that even if there was no new secret book, the Taishimin was still the most powerful Taoist sect. It did not matter whether there was this secret book or not. Therefore, what the Taishimin valued must not be a secret book, but something else. It was impossible to have a single magic weapon, and combined with the current predicament of the Taishimin, it seemed that only one thing could make them pay so much attention. Resources, a lot of resources, or it was very likely to be a secret land passed down from a sect. This secret land had been passed down for so long that even the characters had changed. No one in the Taishimin could interpret it, so they would look for an expert like Yang Qin who was proficient in ancient characters. The opportunity seemed to come to Yang Chen inadvertently. Chapter 741. Yang Chen now wanted to give the Taishimin the resources of a secret plane, which was the secret plane that was passed back by the consciousness clone, but it was not exclusive to the Taishimin. Without competitors, wouldn't it be the same as the Taishimin in his previous life, although they lost some manpower, but they got huge benefits? How could Yang Chen leave this kind of benefit to the Taishimin? The opponent must be found for the Taishimin, but the benefits may not necessarily be given to the Taishimin. In the last few key points, Yang Chen could let the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island get benefits, and let the Taishimin get nothing. The memory left by the remnant consciousness seemed to have a few key places that could be used. The problem now was that the Taishimin side was easy to deal with because, after all, it was a real secret plane, but the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island side needed a very troublesome explanation. First, how to let the two major sect believe that this secret plane was not a trap out of thin air. Second, he could not let the two major sect misunderstand that he was provoking a direct conflict between them. Third, Yang Qin hoped to use this opportunity to give Sect Master Lu and the Lord of Tantai a chance to clean up the sect, and he did not want them to misunderstand that he was indirectly harming the interests of the two major sects. This was not something that could be done with a clean mouth. Not to mention that Yang Qin was just a junior in the Chunyang Palace. Even if the head of the palace came in person, he may not be able to explain all this clearly. Yang Qin's worries were not groundless. Even if the secret plane was true, the two major sects would doubt his source of information and why he did not tell them directly, but let them compete with the Taishaman. It was a headache, and Yang Qin had to think hard, trying to find a way to solve these problems. After returning from the outside, Yang Qin never went out again. On one hand, Yang Qin wanted those Taishaman to give up and take out the real thing. On the other hand, Yang Qin did intend to condense all of his spiritual power before going out. Among the rest of the spiritual power, the second with spiritual power, the eighth metal spiritual power, and the sixth earth spiritual power have not condensed yet. As long as he had one more type of core, Yang Qin would be able to complete the formation of all 5 elements of Yin. Among the 3 spiritual powers, the second with spiritual power was the most outstanding. Compared with the 2 ordinary spiritual powers of 8th metal and 6th earth, the E with spiritual power was promoted after Yang Qin absorbed the spiritual power of the blood demon vine. Although it was not as powerful as the E with true essence, it was also a rare and powerful spiritual power. It was obviously the most suitable for a breakthrough. The second with spirit power has reached the peak of the foundation stage, only one step away from entering the realm of Jedon. For Yang Qin, this required a period of concentrated cultivation. It didn't need to be too long, but it couldn't be too short either. There was no more suitable place for seclusion than in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. Yang Qin retreated. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling naturally entered the Immortal's cave. On the one hand, they tempered themselves. On the other hand, they could spend more time with Yang Qin. There was no time for cultivation. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Yang Qin's time together was not very long, so they cherished it very much. Yang Qin also cherished such an opportunity. Every time he finished his cultivation, he would always discuss a lot of things with the 2 women. Sometimes they talked about cultivation. Sometimes they talked about refining or formations. Most of the time, it was a variety of experiences and customs. Gong Sunling's craftsmanship has recently improved greatly, and she can always prepare delicious food for the 3 to eat together. Yang Qin has always believed that hard work is not the most efficient way. Sometimes the combination of work and rest is the real way of cultivation. All kinds of methods should be tried. The simple pursuit of power was a manifestation of the devil. It must be known that the great figures of the heavenly court have always had a small banquet every 3 days and a big banquet every 5 days. They have not seen how their cultivation base has been neglected. Among those people, the worst was also a great principal, Golden Immortal. Everything was going on in an orderly manner according to Yang Qin's plan. The cultivation base was slowly reaching the limit, waiting for the moment of breakthrough, and the outside world was also changing because of Yang Qin's attitude. Yang Qin was not interested in the reward of interpreting the ancient text, and the Taishaman behind the rogue cultivators had to change their strategy again. Sometimes things are like this. Once the performance of this side is not so active, the other side will be active. Several high-level officials of Taishaman are now considering how to let Yang Qin help them interpret the contents of the secret key. They have a secret key, but they can only covet the huge resources in their imagination. In reality, there is no way to do it. This is the current embarrassment of Taishaman. Let's try it openly in the form of cooperation between sections. It might work. Small tricks can't tempt Yang Qin. And finally someone proposed such a way. Give Chunyang Palace some small benefits. Let one of their disciples help to interpret something. I think Chunyang Palace should not refuse, right? The last time Elder Ming and Hall Master Mao went to Chunyang Palace, it was very unpleasant. It is not easy to get help from Chunyang Palace. Immediately, an elder raised an objection. The last time they targeted Chunyang Palace, the loss of more than a dozen life-flying swords almost made Taishaman laugh. Not long after, they actually wanted to cooperate with Chunyang Palace. Of course, some people would oppose it. Now it was Taishaman who were asking for help. Naturally, their attitude had to change. The person who raised the objection did not express it very explicitly. He just said that it was not easy to cooperate, but everyone understood what he meant. The Taishaman, the leader of Taoism, were they going to accompany the smiling faces of Chunyang Palace? Compared with the so-called attitude of Chunyang Palace, this was the real reason for opposition. They were used to being high and mighty, and when they had to make a low posture, that was the most uncomfortable place. The overall situation is important. At the critical moment, the master could still grasp the direction. The overall situation was important, and all the reasons for reluctance were blocked. When things are done, we must tear that little beast into pieces. Since the master had already said so, everyone no longer insisted, but everyone seemed to have the same idea in their hearts. Yang Chen was not only a rising cultivation genius who might threaten Taishaman, but also an enemy who killed 6 Yuanying realm ancestors of Taishaman. No matter how the 6 Yuanying realm ancestors died, Yang Chen could not get away from it in any case. What was to be discussed next was what kind of price to use to persuade the Pure Yang Palace. Compared with the damage to their face, a little material payment seemed so insignificant, at least in the hearts of everyone who was discussing at the scene. This was what they thought. Chapter 742. How high-spirited was the head of the palace in recent days. The people of the Taishaman came to the door again, but this time it was not the aggressive posture of the last time. Instead, they put on a very pleasant attitude and came to seek cooperation with the Chunyang Palace. Of course, the Taishaman were the Taishaman. Even if they came to ask for help, it was impossible for them to be in such a humble posture. However, for the Taishaman to put on such a cooperative posture, it had already explained a lot of problems, especially compared with the arrogance of the last time. The attitude this time was undoubtedly pleasant. The high and mighty Taishaman also had times to ask for help. When the head of the palace knew the other party's intention, he almost looked up to the sky and laughed a few times to show his pride and happiness. Although this matter was not deliberately arranged by Yang Chen, it was still because of Yang Chen in essence. The head of the palace was once again surprised by the impact of Yang Chen, and then hid this surprise in his heart, put on a kind look, and carefully discussed the details of cooperation with the envoy of the Taishaman. Even when the head of the palace said that he needed to discuss with the elders, the envoy of the Taishaman was very understanding. To let the people of the Taishaman wait and wait for a decision after discussion. This was not the treatment of any sect. This alone was enough to make the head of the palace and all the elders happy a little. The requirements of the Taishaman were not very complicated. They just wanted to ask Yang Chen to help interpret some words. For Yang Chen, this was just a little effort, but the return was amazing. At least the Taishaman expressed enough sincerity this time. Some of the things that they took out were very tempting. Among them, there were 2 things that Gao Yu needed to refine the dragon horn flying sword. Wang Yong quietly agreed to this cooperation, and the other elders had no objection. Now was not the time to fall out with the Taishaman, so some superficial relationships still needed to be maintained. However, even if the Taishaman wanted to cooperate, they couldn't let Yang Chen make a move just because Yang Chen wanted to. After all, Yang Chen was in closed-door training now, wasn't he? Therefore, the high and mighty Taishaman could only wait for Yang Chen to come out of seclusion. Last time, the disciples who were refining their natal flying sword had to take out their natal flying sword on the spot. Even if it meant destroying a bunch of Dharma treasures and the disciples' cultivation, they still had to do it. This was completely different from the last time. They could work together, but they had to wait for Yang Chen to come back when he was free. Moreover, there was another condition, which was that the thing to be interpreted had to be brought to Chunyang Palace and not to Taishimen. Chunyang Palace was responsible for helping to find a quiet room so that Yang Chen and the people of Taishimen could go in and interpret it together, but not in Taishimen. This was obviously for the safety of Yang Chen, and the people of Taishimen hesitated again and again and agreed. But there was also a condition. Yang Chen must swear by his heart demon that he must never tell anyone else what he saw. The two sides reached a cooperation. The faces of the head of the palace and the envoy of Taishimen were full of cordial smiles, as if this meant the beginning of the cooperation between the two sects, and there was no other abnormality. The Taishimen showed great sincerity this time. They even took out the promised remuneration on the day of the cooperation intention and handed it to Chunyang Palace. Everything was waiting for Yang Chen to finish his retreat. Yang Chen's retreat this time did not take too long, or it did not take as long as Yang Chen thought. Perhaps the three spiritual powers of the Yang five elements had been condensed at the same time, and the remaining three spiritual powers had been raised to the peak of the peak. The refinement of the second with spiritual power only took him more than 4 years to enter the process of condensing Dan. Yang Chen was already familiar with this process. He had experienced it at least 7 times, and this was the 8th time. Above the 2 spiritual veins in the Immortal's cave, the spiritual power of the outside world was continuously absorbed by Yang Chen's body, and then gathered in the small sesame-sized second with golden Dan that had just been formed. All the processes seemed so smooth. However, it was completely different from cultivating in the first with spiritual solution and the 7th metal spiritual solution. The influx of the 2 kinds of spiritual solutions, whether in quality or quantity, was much better than the spiritual power absorbed by Yang Chen now. At least Yang Chen did not have to absorb it and then convert it into the second with spiritual power, adding a process of consuming time. There was no way. The spiritual power absorbed from the spiritual veins must be converted and purified before it could be suitable for the needs of the Golden Dan. This process wasted at least 90% of Yang Chen's time. Waiting for the growth of the Jian was naturally not as good as cultivating in the huge and unparalleled first with true essence spiritual solution and 7th metal true essence spiritual solution. Therefore, Yang Chen patiently began to absorb the condensed spiritual power and strengthen his newly formed little Jian. This absorption and strengthening took almost a whole year. Finally, in Yang Chen's satisfied exhalation, the Longan-sized Golden Dan spontaneously absorbed the spiritual power and spun up. It quickly came together with the 2 Yin 5 elements Golden Dawn that had been formed. Next, the condensation of the 3 Yin 5 elements Golden Dawn naturally led to the condensation of the remaining 2 Yin 5 elements Golden Dawn. The 2 spiritual powers of the 8th metal and 6th earth condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye until they shrank into 2 sesame-sized Golden Dawn in the Dantian. Then, the spiritual power between heaven and earth began to rush into Yang Chen's body. Whether it was the first with true essence spiritual solution or the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, Yang Chen had a large number of spiritual liquids on his hands, which were actually in the Yang 5 elements. Among the Yin 5 elements, although there were also some 10th water true essence, compared to the other 2, it was just a drop in the bucket. When the 3 spiritual powers of the Yang 5 elements were condensed at the same time, with the support of the huge spiritual power of the 7th metal spiritual solution, the direct conversion was enough to meet the requirements of the 3 Golden Dawn to absorb spiritual power. Because it was the original spiritual power, the quality of the conversion was also very high. Yang Chen only spent a short period of time from the condensation to the end. But now it was different. The spiritual power absorbed completely from the spiritual veins could not be compared with the 7th metal spiritual solution at all. Therefore, Yang Chen had to endure the cumbersome process of absorption and transformation to condense and enrich the Golden Dan again. Fortunately, Yang Chen was prepared and once again controlled the 2 spiritual veins around him, which was enough for all the condensation. He patiently controlled the spiritual power and methodically enriched the newly condensed Golden Dan. This process, slow and orderly, has been under the control of Yang Qin. After a whole year, the last two remaining Golden Dawn finally grew to the same level as the second with Golden Dan. In Yang Chen's Dantian, according to the arrangement of the 5 elements, it perfectly formed Yin 5 elements Golden Dan with the other 3 Golden Dawn. Chapter 743. At the moment when the Yin 5 elements were formed, the 5 Golden Dawn began to rotate rapidly. Each of them complemented each other and began to balance each other. The 5 Yang 5 elements Golden Dan in his chest seemed to be affected by the formation of the Yin 5 elements Golden Dan and synchronously rotated with the Yin 5 elements Golden Dan. The upper and lower 5 elements Golden Dan, at the same speed and in the same direction, rotated quickly, as if condensed into one, respectively. In the body of Yang Qin, a 3-dimensional Golden Dan network was constructed. Boom! Yang Chen's consciousness instantly sneaked into his sea of consciousness. This time, the change in his sea of consciousness was definitely comparable to any previous one. The entire sea of consciousness seemed to have become a balloon that was constantly being inflated, expanding wildly. 300 acres, 350 acres, 450 acres. It has been expanded to a radius of 600 acres before it stopped completely. The height has more than doubled again. The size of the entire space could even be compared to the original first layer of the pure bottle medicine garden. All the existences in the sea of consciousness, except for the bloody river, were all magnified in the same proportion. This kind of expansion was not only the expansion of the volume, but more of the solidification. The thick branches of the first wood were more and more dense, supporting the sky more stable, and the 2 pieces of land connected by the long bridge of the ox horns were more and more extensive. The surrounding ocean had also expanded by more than double, and the 2 rivers that were distributed on the 2 pieces of land had become wider, longer, and deeper. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had stayed at the peak of the middle Deshang stage, but at this moment it finally broke through the calm again and madly rose to the late Deshang stage. When the improvement of the spiritual awareness finally stopped, Yang Chen was still unable to control the outbreak of the spiritual awareness at that moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying aura was emitted from Yang Chen's body and instantly filled the space of the entire Jiedan stage portal. From the moment Yang Chen began to condense the Dan, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have never stopped paying attention to Yang Chen. They watched as Yang Chen's aura became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding spiritual energy became denser and denser. Just when they were secretly happy for Yang Chen, the sudden burst of aura almost made the 2 women faint. Fortunately, the 2 women, whether it was Gao Yu or Gong Sunling, were convinced that Yang Chen would never hurt them, so they could barely control their emotions. But even so, in the face of Yang Chen's terrifying pressure, they still couldn't resist with their nascent soul stage cultivation base. As for the Gold Core Realm disciples distributed throughout the portal and the demon clan who originally lived in the cave residence, at this moment, almost all of them were shocked by Yang Chen's terrifying coercion. At least more than 90% of the creatures directly fainted, and the remaining 10% were also trembling. Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness coercion came and went quickly. In just a moment, Yang Chen had already easily controlled his own spiritual consciousness riot and then converged it. But then, it was the outbreak of spiritual power. The Yin-Yang 5 elements Golden Dan network rotated and suddenly exuded a circle of surging spiritual power, so that Yang Chen had an impulse to vent it out. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly closed his eyes and blasted a punch in a direction where there was no one. In this space, even if there was a distance of 1,000 miles, it was impossible to stop Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness exploration. Where there was someone and where there was no one, Yang Chen didn't need to open his eyes, and he knew it clearly. Boom! The punch of the 5 elements' spiritual power, Yin and Yang, bombarded the top of a small hill. The huge explosion brought with it a sky full of smoke and dust, completely blocking everyone's sight. After a while, the smoke and dust settled, but the hill no longer existed, leaving only a huge pit with a slight trace of a fist mark. Master, Senior's sister. Yang Chen opened his eyes and didn't look at the other side. He directly faced Gao Yu and Gong Sunling and said, "Let you be frightened." Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were indeed a little frightened, not because the pressure of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness was too terrifying, but because of the punch just now. After all, both women and Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness double cultivation. Knowing that Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had become so strong that they could not understand it for the time being, it was not surprising. But Yang Chen was just a disciple in the early Jidan stage. No matter how powerful he was just in the early Jidan stage. However, the level of that punch was clearly comparable to that of a master in the Yuanying stage. This was simply challenging the common sense of the two women's cultivation. You measure your spiritual power level. Gao Yu, who was in shock, almost took out the sky measuring ruler without thinking about it and handed it to Yang Chen to let him measure it. After Wang Yong was promoted to the Deshang stage, he temporarily handed over the sky measuring ruler to Gao Yu for safekeeping. This was originally Yang Chen's thing, so naturally it should be returned to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not there, so it was very normal to give it to Gao Yu. When other elders want to borrow it when they want to break through, they can talk to Yang Chen. Yang Chen has not touched the sky measuring ruler for a long time, and even almost forgot that he had this thing. Taking the sky measuring ruler and inputting spiritual power, he soon saw the color that showed his spiritual power level. Both women have measured their own levels. Compared with the standard of 100 degrees in the early Jidan stage under normal circumstances, one of the two women was 300 degrees and the other was 280 degrees, which could almost be said to be superior. 3,100 degrees. This result made Gao Yu and Gong Sunling look stunned. The two women were already regarded as cultivation geniuses, but when they saw Yang Chen's 3,100 degrees, they still couldn't help but have a feeling that they had cultivated for so many years, but they were still a waste. Others can imagine the feeling of gathering the yin and yang 5 elements golden dan. They can only use the simplest numbers to understand that Yang Chen's pure spiritual power was 10 times that of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling didn't know what to think for the time being, but at least Gao Yu already felt as if she was not a master, but an apprentice. Don't worry about the amount of spiritual power. What really determines everything is the state of mind. Yang Chen knew the feelings of the two women, and it was very helpful to remind them the sky measuring ruler. Just let you see the changes in your spiritual power. Let you have confidence every day. That's all. It can't measure your combat effectiveness. Having said that, the two women still couldn't help but feel discouraged. The gap of 10 times was really a bit of a blow. Originally, one of them was a master, and the other was a senior apprentice sister. They were all walking in front of Yang Chen, but now Yang Chen had surpassed them by so much, more than 3,000 degrees. If divided according to the spiritual power, this is already the level of the Yuanying stage. And Yang Chen's realm is still in the early Jidan stage. It can't be said that this is an incomprehensible existence. If others tell the two women about this kind of thing, the two women will definitely think that the other party is joking. However, Yang Chen is really standing in front of them. There is no fiction at all. Chapter 744. Yang Chen's spiritual power condensed Dan was completed, but he did not immediately exit the state of retreat. In fact, when the Taishaman came to the door, the head of the palace had already notified Yang Chen for the first time. It must be known that Yang Chen's retreat was not the kind of retreat that could not be disturbed at all. Every day he would chat with his master and senior sister to relax. The Taishaman gave so much face and sent the opportunity to the door. How could Yang Chen let go of it? Of course, he had to take this opportunity to arrange everything, and the arrangement must be seamless. Just taking advantage of the opportunity of retreat, Yang Chen did some preparatory work in advance. And by the way, let the guys of the Taishaman taste the taste of waiting anxiously. In the Immortal's cave, Yang Chen began to refine a small object. In this regard, the two women were very interested. But what surprised the two women was that they couldn't understand what Yang Chen was doing, and the things that Yang Chen refined really made people speechless. With the name of Gao Yu's refining master, the apprentice that she taught actually refined a simple and crude jade card. Not only that, but the poor carving of the jade card and the ugly patterns on it all showed that this was a shoddy thing. If such a thing were to be taken out, Gao Yu, as the master of Yang Chen, would definitely be ashamed to not go out for 10 years. It was too shameful. However, this kind of poor thing, Yang Chen actually spent almost 2 months to make it, which was very unusual. Of course, the two women also saw this point, so even though it was unsightly and embarrassing, no one questioned it. Even the two women were very tacit. No one asked Yang Chen what he was going to do. After completing the jade card, Yang Chen pretended to consolidate his cultivation base. 2 months later, Yang Chen announced that he had finished his retreat and came to the head of the palace and the elders. The movement of Yang Chen's condensing Dan had already alarmed the head of the palace. He was the person who controlled the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. What happened in the Immortal's cave, he could almost detect it immediately. However, it was discovered that the turmoil caused by Yang Chen, the head of the palace, did not say a word or even did anything, but let the situation develop. Looks like you've accomplished another great miracle. Palace Master Zhang Jiao looked at Yang Chen, whose spirit was completely different. He couldn't help but sigh again, and then asked tentatively, 5 elements all attribute Dan? Yang Chen nodded and said nothing. But when they saw Yang Chen's reply, the head of the palace and the elders all took a breath of cold air. All 5 elements foundation establishment had already made people very speechless. And now they actually came up with a full attribute core condensation. This matter has completely deviated from the common sense of cultivation in the minds of the head of the palace and the elders. They could not imagine how such a thing could happen. The 5 elements foundation establishment could be said to be a low realm, and it could be easily accepted, but the condensing Dan was not so easy. It was difficult to condense a spirit power, let alone the 5 elements foundation establishment. However, there had already been an example of Gao Yu's double attribute condensation. This kind of thing was quickly accepted by the senior members of the Chunyang Palace. It could only be said that Wang Yang's apprentice and a grand disciple were indeed amazing, a pair of little monsters. The representative of Taishaman had been waiting anxiously. It had to be said that when Chunyang Palace agreed to cooperate, the people of Taishaman were somewhat impatient to know the news of the secret plane. They couldn't wait to open the secret plane and find out the resources inside. Who would have thought that Yang Chen's retreat would be more than 6 years, making them wait for 6 years? When he saw Yang Chen, the representative of Taishaman seemed to inadvertently reveal a killing intent, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. However, this wisp of killing intent was keenly captured by Yang Chen. In front of his late Deshang stage spiritual awareness, there were few people in the mortal world who could hide from Yang Chen's feeling. Yang Chen quietly followed the head of the palace in the main hall of the sect, accompanied by the head of the palace and several elders, and under the gaze of the representative of Taishaman and several attendants, he made a heart oath. Help Taishaman interpret the contents of the secret key and never leak them. The grand ceremony completely dispelled the concerns of Taishaman. In fact, if this was the operation from the beginning, there would be no need to go around so many circles, and it would not take so many years in vain, and also let the 3 Yuanying stage masters of Taishaman wait in Chunyang Palace for 6 years. Seeing all this happening in front of them, it was impossible to say that the 3 Yuanying stage masters of Taishaman did not have the slightest complaint. For Yang Chen, they had long known the attitude of the upper echelons of the sect. They would definitely kill him after using him, and there would be no mercy. However, for the upper echelons of the sect, They had wasted so much time because of wrong decisions. They absolutely hated them. For such a simple thing, they had to turn so many twists and turns and play tricks. In the end, it was better to show their views and solve all the problems with just one exchange. It had to be said that those guys, sometimes they really had a pig's brain. Next, it was natural that Yang Qin and the 3 representatives of Taishimin entered the quiet room prepared by Chunyang Palace to interpret the ancient characters on the secret key. However, after entering the quiet room, the 3 Yuanying stage masters checked the quiet room first, and then a series of arrangements of at least 10 restrictions for each person, and even took out a formation plate to launch, completely eliminating the possibility of eavesdropping in Chunyang Palace. That formation plate was made by the masters of the Deshang stage in Taishimin. It was specially used to isolate sound and all prying. There were dozens of restrictions in the formation plate itself, plus the restrictions arranged by the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors outside. Even if it was the masters of the Deshang stage in Taishimin, it was impossible to have the opportunity to eavesdrop, let alone the small Chunyang Palace. After doing all this, one of the Yuanying stage ancestors took out a piece of metal material from his Qingkuan bag. In the surprised eyes of Yang Qin, the metal material was broken, and the secret key covered with ancient inscriptions was taken out and handed to Yang Qin. Although the things had been given to Yang Qin, the 3 always remained vigilant. Once Yang Qin made any abnormal moves, the 3 would definitely snatch the key back first. At this point, they had absolute confidence. Yang Chen did not intend to make any irrational moves here, but picked up the secret key and began to frown and look up and down. After turning it for more than 10 times in a row, there was a wry smile on his face. What? You don't know these inscriptions? The leading Yuanying stage ancestor became nervous and asked anxiously. If Yang Qin didn't know it, this joke would be big. Chapter 745. That's not it. Yang Qin shook his head and said with a wry smile, I still know the words. Call. Even the Yuanying stage masters themselves did not notice it. They breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Qin knew these words. Otherwise, their trip would have become meaningless. I thought this was the key to the secret plane, but it doesn't look like it. Yang Chen's next sentence brought the 3 people into the whirlpool of shock again. This is not the key to the secret plane. The Yuanying stage ancestor in the middle was shocked and stood up directly. This was not the key to the secret plane. Then what was everyone busy with? To be exact, this is just a way to guide the way to open the secret plane. Yang Qin smiled and replied slowly. The heart hung in the throat, fell back to the chest, then hung in the throat and fell back to the chest. The 3 Yuanying stage ancestors, even in the most dangerous battle, were not so thrilling, but a few words from Yang Chen made them lose their composure again and again. The way to open the secret plane, even if it was not the key to the secret plane, it was not much worse. The 3 people finally completely put their hearts back into their stomachs. The eyes of the 3 people were very bad, and they all stared at the face of Yang Qin, and they almost turned against Yang Qin. How to open the secret plane? The representative of the Yuanying stage ancestor in the middle asked in a deep voice. If it was not necessary for Yang Qin to interpret these words, maybe they could not help but punch Yang Qin's head or cut Yang Qin in half with a sword. I don't know. Yang Qin shook his head directly and replied very straightforwardly. The inscriptions on it are not recorded. The 3 Yuanying stage ancestors were almost crazy. After saying so much, he actually said that he did not know there was no record on it? Where did Yang Chen's original conclusion come from? Then how do you know that this can guide the way to open the secret plane? The roar of the patriarch's representative was almost deafening. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted an explanation from Yang Chen's mouth, he might have already taken Yang Chen's head with his sword. The inscription on the surface only records a guiding formation. The real content is still inside. Yang Chen raised the secret key in his hand and replied very casually, as long as you follow these inscriptions and make a small magic circle, You can open the contents inside." After saying that, Yang Qin smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "That's good too. At least I don't have to worry about you guys trying to kill me for leaking the secret. I don't know anyway, do I?" Yang Chen's words made the three Yuaning stage ancestors somewhat speechless. In fact, the great vow of the heart demon was indeed the most solemn test, but it was not the most timely vow. Even if Yang Qin leaked the secret, the vow would be fulfilled when he was undergoing his tribulation, which might be many years later. The only thing that could make people feel at ease was the dead. The dead would not speak, and they were the best at keeping secrets. How to make this formation? The Yuaning stage ancestor representative asked in a deep voice. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Qin anymore. He just wanted to know all the contents, and then quickly leave this damn guy. He didn't want to see his hateful face again. "Forget it. I'm still tired to help you do it." Yang Qin sighed, took out a piece of jade card from his body, and then carved it clumsily. The three Yuaning stage ancestors stared intently at Yang Chen's technique. It seemed that they wanted to see it clearly and remember it. Yang Qin did not avoid it. He made it honestly in front of the three of them, and even explained it. No one would have thought that this piece of jade card, which was originally flat, was actually a jade card that had been cast by Yang Qin. The three Yuaning stage ancestors, under the intervention of Yang Chen's powerful late Deshang stage spiritual awareness. None of them found this. In fact, Yang Chen's previous twists and turns made the mood of the three Yuaning stage ancestors fluctuate. It was completely conscious, in order to cover up Yang Chen's own actions at this moment. When the three people were filled with anger, it was also the time when their defenses were the most relaxed, especially when they thoroughly understood that Yang Qin could do it. Easily, Yang Chen, in front of the three Yuaning stage ancestors, completed the jade card with the trap that he had already refined, and then handed it to the representative in the middle. "Just put this jade card on the key," you said, "and input a little spirit power. You can release the contents sealed inside." When Yang Chen returned the key, he did not forget to tell them how to use it. "If you don't feel at ease, I have also said the production method. Just follow the same technique to make a jade card. If you dare to lie to us, I will kill you with my own hands." The Yuaning stage master in the middle was obviously not so restrained. He fiercely took the jade card and the secret key, dropped a sentence, put away the restrictions and the formation plate, turned around and left. The two companions next to him, without saying a word, also fiercely stared at Yang Qin, followed the partners who had already got up and left together. Out of the quiet room, the three Yuaning stage ancestors did not hide their serious faces, but politely said goodbye to the head of the palace and several elders, and then directly left in front of everyone. Their attitude was completely different from when they came. Watching the three people leave, Yang Chen's face showed an inscrutable smile. When he just made the jade card, he had already engraved the small trap on the jade card that had already been completed in a certain inscription stroke of the secret key. As long as the other party made a guiding formation according to the method, he said, it would guide the trap. It could be imagined that the people of Taishimin would never believe the jade card made by Yang Qin and would definitely make their own set. The arrangement on the secret key, under the control of Yang Chen's extremely powerful spiritual awareness and the effect of the three purities secret art, even their most powerful Deshang stage elders would not necessarily be able to find it. Now Yang Qin has begun to look forward to it. Once the Taishimin opened the trap, what kind of situation would it be that people couldn't wait to know the results? The head of the palace walked into the quiet room with a cold face. The attitude of the three guys just made the head of the palace very annoyed. When he saw Yang Qin, the face of the head of the palace was a little better. "How is it?" The head of the palace asked casually, seemingly concerned. "Wait for a good show." Yang Qin showed a confident smile and gave the head of the palace the answer he wanted to hear. "Will there be trouble with the heart oath?" The head of the palace also showed a smile and asked with some concern. This disciple just promised never to disclose the secrets on this secret key. Yang Chen replied with a smile. But this disciple did not guarantee that the secret plane left by the clone consciousness will not be leaked. Chapter 746. Yang Chen's answer made the head of the palace stunned for a while, and then he laughed. With his mind, he immediately guessed that Yang Chen had done something to steal the sky and change the sun. The clone consciousness conveyed the news of the secret plane to the Taishaman, and now the secret plane recorded in the secret key in the hands of the Taishaman was secretly controlled by Yang Chen. Ha ha ha. The happy laughter lasted for a long time, and the head of the palace stopped. He looked at Yang Chen for a while and said, "Well, I won't ask, as long as you don't leave these things to the Taishaman." This time it could be regarded as a very unexpected process. The Taishaman actually condescended to seek cooperation with the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace and the elders were able to enjoy enough respect from several representatives of the Taishaman, and finally they could put the Taishaman together. This kind of good thing was not too much for the head of the palace. Even if the head of the palace did not say this, Yang Chen would not leave these things to the Taishaman. The secret key brought by the Taishaman this time was actually not a real secret key. As Yang Chen said, it recorded the way to enter the secret plane, and the key itself did not have much effect. Since the news of the secret plane was given to the Taishaman, Yang Chen naturally wanted to leave this secret plane as his own reward. Anyway, as long as it was the Taishaman's things, Yang Chen would not hesitate to pick it up. However, it was not Yang Chen's style to completely give the dangerous secret plane to the Taishaman. Therefore, it was necessary for Yang Chen to go to the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island to clarify his intentions to sect Master Lu and the Lord of Tantai. After the three representatives of the Taishaman got the specific things, they did not dare to neglect. They did not stop all the way and almost flew back to Taishaman in a straight line. The sect had been waiting for this secret place for decades. The things inside were enough to restore the prestige of the severely weakened Taishaman. At least in terms of resources, they would definitely be able to return to the peak of the Taishaman. The higher-ups had high hopes for this secret plane, and they naturally knew what was good and bad. The first thing he did when he returned to the sect was to meet with the sect leader and hand over Yang Chen's explanation and the jade token he made to the sect leader. Of course, the process of making the jade token was also recorded in detail on a bamboo slip and handed over. The higher-ups of Taishaman immediately gathered to discuss. For the time being, no one seemed to trust Yang Chen's explanation. This was not a lack of trust in Yang Chen's ability, but simply his identity. It must be known that Yang Chen was related to the death of 6 Yuanying stage masters. The jade token made by Yang Chen was also sneered at by several masters of refining and formation in Taishaman. It was a poor technique, a poor formation, and a poor material. It seemed that this Yang Chen was only talented in alchemy, and in other aspects it was a slag. This was in line with the common sense in everyone's mind. If a person could be as heaven-defying as Yang Chen in alchemy and also be proficient in refining and formations, it was incomprehensible. The formation was very simple. It was a guiding formation. Just at a glance, several elders who were good at formations determined this. The key was to guide the contents stored on the secret key. In this respect, the secret key was still a crucial part. There is no problem with the formation. An elder on behalf of several masters of inspection gave a conclusion. It's just that the kid's technique is too poor, and he can barely start it. It's not surprising. As he spoke, a jade card had appeared in the hands of the elder who spoke. In just a short period of 2 breaths, a carved guiding formation had appeared on the jade card. The neat and beautiful lines did not look gorgeous, but the solid basic skills made several masters next to him call it good. Even if the formation jade card made by Yang Chen could be used, they would not believe it. Anyway, there was a production method. There was no problem in making another one, and it seemed that the effect was obviously much better than the one made by Yang Chen. Of course, the secret key had to be taken back and checked over and over again to ensure that Yangchen did not do anything on it. The one in charge of the inspection was an elder of the Deshang stage. Looking at his careful appearance, it seemed that he wanted to explore the surface of the secret key inch by inch. This inspection process made the 3 Yuanying stage representatives a little angry. Under the eyes of the 3 of them, what could Yangchen, a little guy in the early Jiran stage, do? The more careful the inspection of the elder of the Deshang stage showed that he did not trust them. How could this make the 3 of them in a good mood? A little guy in the early Jiran stage. In less than half an hour, under the close observation of the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors, did he do something to the secret key? No matter who raised this question, it was contempt for the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors. But at this moment, the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors did not dare to show any anger, because the one who checked the things had been replaced by another elder of the Deshang stage. These elders could be said to be the cornerstone of Taishimin. If they had doubts, then there must be something worth doubting. It was related to the plan of Taishimin. It was not too much to be careful. When the secret key was all checked by several elders of the Deshang stage, and even after several elders of the Yuanying stage had checked it, the high-level officials determined that there was no problem in it. The formation on the jade card was personally made by their own elders, and the principle of the formation was too simple. The only thing that was a bit special was the judgment principle in the formation, but this was definitely related to the secret key. Otherwise, as soon as a simple formation was encountered, the content in the key would be guided out. Wouldn't that be too bad? The formation has been studied by a group of people, and there was no problem at all. Now, several elders of the Deshang stage also judged that there was no problem with the key, and it had not been tampered with in the process of going out. Then, it seemed that they could start to launch the formation on the jade card to guide out the content recorded in the key. However, the cautious high-level officials still arranged it first. They chose an open space and arranged a protective formation. Who knew if there would be any danger in the secret key? This was not enough. In the more peripheral circle, a circle of restrictions was arranged so that whatever content appeared inside would not be heard by any irrelevant people. In short, everything was very careful. No way, this was not the answer given by the Taishimin themselves, but by Yangchen. Since the death of the 6 Yuanying stage masters was related to him, he was likely to know the attitude of the Taishimin towards him. Who knew if Yangchen would arrange any traps inside? After doing all this, the sect master nodded to the 3 elders of the Deshang stage inside and motioned them to start. Chapter 747. The 3 masters of the Deshang stage were in the middle. It was certainly foolproof. In this world, there should be nothing that could kill 3 masters of the Deshang stage at the same time in an instant. Even if there was, it would never be in a simple guiding formation, and it was even more impossible to be in a secret key that had been kept by the Taishimin sect for an unknown period of time. The light on the jade card flashed, and a Deshang stage elder injected spiritual power to activate the guiding formation. Then, in the flash of light, the secret key was close to the jade card. Boom! A majestic to the extreme spiritual awareness burst out from the secret key. The instantaneous outbreak of the compressed and condensed spiritual awareness directly penetrated the protective array and shattered all the restrictions on the periphery. The protective array was to prevent the damage of spiritual power, but there was no way to prevent the penetration of the spiritual awareness. Moreover, this sudden outbreak of spiritual awareness did not hurt anyone, even if the restrictions were destroyed, but the people around did not feel any harm. In a flash, the scope of the shock wave of the spiritual awareness did not know how far it spread. The high-level Taishimin, standing in the center, only felt that this spiritual awareness was powerful to the extreme. According to their experience, it was at least at the level of the late Deshang stage, and may even be close to the peak Deshang stage. The spiritual awareness just broke out. It did not hurt people, nor did it release pressure, so everyone was very relaxed. Even several elders and sect masters were pondering. Only such a powerful predecessor could even seal all the secrets in the small secret key, and only release them after being guided. Then a very clear image appeared in everyone's mind. The picture was very clear. It was a specific place. Then there was a passage of vicissitudes of life. He was a senior of a big sect that had declined in ancient times. His sect was destroyed, and he was about to ascend alone. He was powerless to change anything, but he left a legacy and capital for his descendants to revitalize his sect and make a comeback. The location in the picture was where the secret plane was located, what kind of method was needed to open it. But there was 1,000 warnings. The younger generation with insufficient strength should not think about opening it. There was great danger in the secret plane, but there were also great opportunities left for future generations. From the beginning to the end, this predecessor's message did not mention anything about Taishaman, nor did he mention what was inside. He only described the method of opening the secret plane very clearly, and the location of the secret plane was also very specific, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that such a powerful divine sense had survived for tens of thousands of years and left behind a message was enough to show how powerful that senior was. Although the senior did mention what was inside, a great opportunity that could make him warn those who weren't strong enough not to be greedy was definitely tempting. Taishaman may not have much, but they have a lot of experts. What does it mean that they are not strong enough? Are nascent soul realm experts enough? Are Mahayana stage masters enough? It seemed that this secret plane was in the pocket of the Taishaman. His divine sense stopped for a while and repeated what he had just said. The picture had not changed much. It was the location of the secret plane. After 3 consecutive times, it suddenly disappeared, and there was no longer any trace of its aura. The secret key that carried these things, under the watchful eyes of everyone, quietly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind, leaving no trace. Sure enough, it was a senior expert. The message left behind was so earth-shattering. Several elders were discussing with each other what opportunities there would be in the secret plane with a smile on their faces. A master of the Dashang stage suddenly shouted, "Not good!" Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were instantly focused on the elder. With this reminder, the other 2 masters of the Dashang stage also instantly understood. Almost immediately after the words of the elder, there were 2 exclamations of "not good." Within the coverage of the divine sense, everyone can hear and see. The elder of the Dashang stage, who first spoke, quickly said a sentence, and then flew up in an instant, immediately blocked the sect. "We must not let the news leak." This sentence almost caused all the elders in the circle to collapse. Within the coverage of the divine sense, everyone can hear and see. Doesn't that mean that at least a lot of thousands of people know the news of the secret plane? In order to be safe, they also deliberately chose an open place, not the inner hall of the sect, which was a heavily protected place. 200 miles away from this area was the inner hall of the sect, and there were at least tens of thousands of disciples gathered in the inner mountain gate. In the other direction, less than 500 miles away, was the location of the largest market of the sect, where countless merchants gathered. At least half of them were not Taishaman. Just now, the strength of the divine sense, almost everyone noticed it, but with common sense, everyone could understand how big the coverage of the divine sense of a master of the late Dashang stage could be. At least within a radius of 2,000 miles. There was absolutely no problem. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, although it was within the territory of the Taishaman, the people inside were not all disciples of the Taishaman. Moreover, even if they were disciples of the Taishaman, they did not dare to say that every one of them was loyal. The Taishaman could place their own people in the Chunying Palace or other sect, and other sect could also use this method to deal with the Taishaman. In this way, within a radius of 2,000 miles, at least no less than 100,000 people knew the news of the secret plane. What the predecessor said was too detailed. Not only was there a clear picture, but also how to open it, where it was clearly said. Even if he was afraid that others could not remember it, he deliberately said it 3 times. The eyes of the Taishiman's sect master were almost on fire. His sect had worked hard to spend a lot of money, and even did not hesitate to condescend to cooperate with the Chunyang Palace to get the news, but it was actually known to 100,000 people. At this moment, everyone present had a feeling of wanting to kill someone, but everyone understood that killing people could not solve any problems at all. The elder of the Deshang stage was right. The urgent matter was to seal the mountain, and the news must not be easily leaked. But within a radius of 2,000 miles, it was not easy to completely seal 100,000 people, even if it was the Taishiman. The elder of the Deshang stage, who flew out, rushed to the pivot of the mountain protecting formation in the first place and activated the mountain protecting formation to seal the mountain, but it still wasted some time. There were at least 2,000 people who, after hearing the news just now, left the greatest heaven sect at the fastest speed without saying anything. Among them, there were visitors who came to visit Taishiman, businessmen who came to do business in Taishiman, and even dozens of disciples of the Taishiman. Even if the Taishiman was sealed like an iron pass at this time, the news would inevitably spread out. Chapter 748. A secret plane passed down by the predecessors of an ancient sect. Among the people who suddenly heard this news, there were too many smart people. Of course, there were more people among them. Therefore, without waiting for the Taishiman to react, some people even began to flee madly from the Taishiman after just listening to it. At this time, most of the Taishiman disciples were still immersed in the news of the secret plane, for fear of missing a syllable. No one would have thought of such an accident, and no one would understand how the news of a secret plane could spread to such a wide range. Perhaps, as the old predecessor said, he was afraid that people with insufficient cultivation base would try their luck, so he wanted to spread it on a large scale. Of course, the real opportunity was not only for people with sufficient cultivation base, but also for people with enough luck. The predecessor who left behind the secret plane said that there was a great danger, which has clearly explained everything. The news came from the Taishiman, but this does not mean that this is the ancestral secret plane of the Taishiman. The predecessor was a master of an ancient sect. This point was very clear. Even if the Taishiman wanted to renege on the debt, it was impossible. It was not just 1 or 2 people who heard it, but tens of thousands of people. The Taishiman were interested in the secret plane. The problem was that there would be no small number of people who were also interested in the secret plane. Perhaps some people and some sect did not dare to compete with the Taishiman for the ownership of the secret plane. However, the Taishiman was not the only super sect after all, and there were at least several that could be compared with it. The 5 Elements sect, Blue Cloud sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Chinquan sect, and even some demon sects would never stand idly by. It must be known that the location of the secret plane was in the territory of the monster race. Although it was not very far from the Dao sects, it was also very close to the demon sections. A group of Taishiman looked at the report of the sect's disciples speechlessly, and a kind of unwillingness in their hearts had almost been put to the greatest. After wasting so many years, spending so much effort, and even losing face to ask a younger generation junior, thinking that the things they got were exclusive to their own family, but they did not expect that it would be such a result. It wasn't that no one suspected that Yangchen had done something, but no one could figure out 2 facts. One was whether Yangchen had the ability to do so. That burst of spiritual awareness. Everyone was sure that it was at least in the late Deshang stage, or even higher, the peak Deshang stage. And Yangchen, at most, was at the level of the middle stage of Gold Core. How could he have such a realm of divine sense? What's more, adding up the people in Chunyang Palace, there were only 2 in the early Deshang stage. All of them were promoted in recent decades. How could they have the opportunity to contact the masters in the late Deshang stage? The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had masters of the late Deshang stage. But where did they do it? In the quiet room. It was impossible. Almost all of the masters in the late Deshang stage were in retreat in the sect. How could they have the leisure to play this kind of means? Another thing he couldn't figure out was how did Yang Chen do it? He got the secret key. From the beginning to the end, it was only half an hour at most. Where did he have time to play tricks? Unless he had made all the preparations before it was realized. This was even more inexplicable. If Yang Chen was prepared in advance, it meant that Yang Chen had long known the existence of this secret plane. Not to mention Yang Chen, replaced by anyone here. Would they give up a secret plane that only they knew? This didn't make sense. Therefore, in this way, Yang Chen's suspicion was the least. The only explanation was the arrangement of the ancient predecessor. There was another doubt that couldn't be figured out. Wasn't this secret key left by the predecessor of the sect? How did it become an ancient predecessor, and it had nothing to do with the sect? Wasn't it said that there were records of the sect? When someone raised this question, after a while, an elder answered the question with some embarrassment. This was indeed something recorded by the sect, but whether the original owner was a Taishaman was still debatable. The Taishaman had a long history, and their overbearing style was not only developed in recent decades, but has been adhering to the development of the sect and has always been this attitude. What the disciples of the sect snatched from the hands of others, it was naturally also the things of the sect. It was this simple and crude logic. So this thing became the legacy left by the predecessors of the Taishaman. As for how the predecessor who stayed behind got it, no one knew. As soon as thousands of people were found to have escaped, the senior members of the Taishaman immediately began to gather to discuss countermeasures. In any case, this secret plane was obtained by the Taishaman after a lot of effort, so they could not allow others to touch it. Immediately, a Deshang stage elder set off with a few Yuaning stage masters and a group of Jidan stage disciples. They first went to the site to occupy the site, so as not to let others take advantage of it first. Among the people who escaped, there was no master of the Deshang stage, so even if other sect got the news, it would be a little later than the Taishaman. A Deshang stage elder went over to take charge, and the ordinary people would not dare to offend easily. Next, they had to worry about the problems of several big sect. The Taishaman originally had an excuse. After all, the key to the secret plane was in the hands of the Taishaman. However, now the only key to the secret plane was turned into powder, and there was no way to provide any evidence. And the predecessor said clearly that it was an ancient sect. Since it was an ancient sect, it naturally had nothing to do with the Taishaman. There was no way to take this resource for themselves. Now the only way was to race against the time. Before the other big sect reacted, they immediately opened the secret plane, swept away the things, and left an empty place for others. This was the right way. In the case of this kind of thing, it has always been the fast hand, the slow hand has nothing. This was the tacit rule of everyone. After the discussion, another Deshang stage elder took a few Yuaning stage ancestors to the secret plane. In everyone's imagination, 2 masters of the Deshang stage were enough to deal with everything. This was exactly the effect that Yang Chen wanted. Originally, the Taishaman got the guidance of the avatar consciousness and were very well prepared. Even so, they still lost a few masters of the Deshang stage. Now the consequences of a hasty action were self-evident. Not only could they not get anything, but they would also lose a few more lives. And this kind of delay would also win enough time for other big sect. This was also the reason why Yang Chen was now leisurely traveling all the way until the news spread to the major sect, and then appeared in the Green Jade Immortal Island. The 2 major sects must know these things in order to make further arrangements for this. Next, it was up to Yang Chen to see if he could successfully persuade the 2 sect masters. Chapter 749. Seeing Shi Shanshan again, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Last time, Shi Shanshan had some heart demons entangling her, and her spirit was very tired and the state was very long. But this time, Fairy Shi was cold and elegant, like a sword out of its sheath, full of heroic spirit, with a different kind of valiance. This is the real Fairy Shi. Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, in exchange for Shi Shanshan's rare, slightly charming eyes. Later, Yang Qin was taken to the Lord of Tantai. Yang Qin helped the Taishaman interpret the secret key, which was not a secret and many people knew it. Especially after interpreting the secret key, the Taishaman also made such a big mistake, and the causes and consequences were well known. Although it seemed that there was no direct relationship with Yang Qin, the Lord of Tantai still hoped to know the specific situation. I know that you have made a hard oath, and you can't disclose it to the public. The Lord of Tantai spoke to Yang Qin without the slightest change. It was straightforward and straight to the point. First, the Lord of Tantai and Yang Qin were already acquaintances. Second, with the identity of the Lord of Tantai, he would not go to the extent of playing any small tricks on a younger generation junior. With the relationship between Yang Qin and his own disciple, Shan, it was not too difficult to ask anything. I just want to know if my green jade Immortal Island wants to get involved, is there a chance? In the words of the Lord of Tantai, there was no mention of any details, but only one result. It was not Yang Qin who leaked the news. Moreover, the news has already spread all over the place. There was no need to ask Yang Qin for details. The Lord of Tantai just wanted to hear his judgment because Yang Qin was the person who had the most direct contact with the secret key at that time. That was all. This saved Yang Qin a lot of trouble. He didn't have to explain any schemes or tricks, and he didn't have to win the trust of the island master. He just had to state his own judgment, and the rest would be decided by the island master. Forgive me for not being able to go into too much detail. Yang Qin apologized first. This was the proper courtesy, and also a way to show his attitude. After all, it was a great heart demon oath. Although it did not affect him, he could not let others think that he had no qualms about it. This would arouse a lot of suspicion. Speak your mind. The Lord of Tantai was a straightforward person. There was no one else here except for Shan. It must have been arranged beforehand. It seemed that the Green Jade Immortal Island was also very envious of the secret plane. Otherwise, there would not be such a situation. There will be great danger, but there will be great rewards. As soon as Yang Qin opened his mouth, it was two facts that everyone understood. This was what the predecessor repeatedly told them, and it was not surprising. Only these. The Lord of Tantai frowned slightly. This news had no meaning for her. It was all information that she already knew. According to this younger generation junior's judgment, at least 5 masters of the Deshang stage are needed. Yang Qin finally said his own judgment, and then added another sentence, and not all of them may come back. Hearing this, the Lord of Tantai's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Qin said it was a judgment, but with the Lord of Tantai's understanding of Yang Qin was by no means a person who spoke without thinking, so there must be a reason for Yang Qin. But she would never ask Yang Qin's reason at this time. Yang Qin made a great heart demon oath and would not disclose any details. This judgment was inferred based on the details, and it was not included, but it also explained a lot of things. The need for 5 masters of the Deshang stage meant that the initial arrangement of the Taishaman did not need to worry at all, and not all of them would come back, which meant that some people might die. 5 masters of the Deshang stage were likely to lose some of them, so if 2 masters of the Deshang stage made a move without authorization, maybe all of them would die. If the Taishaman lost 2 masters of the Deshang stage, it would be good news for several other sect members. If the masters of their own sect appeared and opened the secret plane, wouldn't the resources inside be in their hands? However, there would be people who could not come back, and the masters of the sect would be reluctant. The Lord of Tantai's mind turned quickly, but he immediately thought of another aspect. There were many masters in the sect, but there were also a few disobedient guys. What was the difference between disobedient masters and no masters? As the island master, the Lord of Tantai was also a decisive person, and he immediately had a plan in his heart. He didn't say anything more, but asked Yang Qin with concern, "What are your plans next?" This junior intends to go to the Blue Cloud sect to see little Shui. Yang Qin did not hide his whereabouts, and his words also made the Lord of Tantai think more. What was Yang Qin going to the Blue Cloud sect for? Obviously, he also wanted to say these words to the Blue Cloud sect. At this point, the Lord of Tantai understood that this was because the Chunyang Palace did not want their allies to feel that they were favoring one and discriminating against the other, which was human nature. Since even the Chunyang Palace could think so thoroughly, then the Green Jade Immortal Island, as an ally, naturally could not fall behind. Since they were allies with the Blue Cloud sect, it was not impossible to take down this secret plane together. Anyway, in terms of the benefits of the 100,000 mountains, everyone was happy to cooperate, and there was no harm in cooperating once more. What made the Lord of Tantai even more tempted was that the Blue Cloud sect also seemed to have a few masters who did not listen to sect Master Lu. There were 5 or 6 masters on both sides, which was enough to make a difference in the secret plane. Yang Chen did not say which one might not come back, and it was impossible to know where they could not come back. So in this case, it was better to let these disobedient guys try. No matter which one could not come back, it seemed that it was not a bad thing for him and sect Master Lu. As for these guys who did not listen to the instructions, but the temptation of the resources of the secret plane was in front of them, they would definitely be willing to take such a trip. At that time, as long as a few masters were arranged at the appropriate time, then most of the resources could still fall into the hands of the two sect. Such a wonderful opportunity was simply a gift from the heavens to the two sect. Not only could they weaken the strength of the Taishaman, but they could also clear the hidden dangers in the sect and harvest resources. This kind of good thing that could kill several birds with one stone, where could they find it? The only thing to worry about was that the 5 Elements sect and Qingkuan sect would also intervene, but in any case their preparation would not be as thorough as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Everyone was a competitor, and a step ahead was a step ahead. It was wonderful to think about it. The Lord of Tantai was now indescribably satisfied with Yang Qin. Don't look at Yang Chen's 2 sentences before and after. But this was said at the risk of violating the heart demon oath. This was an adult invitation. The Lord of Tantai absolutely recognized. In this case, Shan and you have not seen each other for a long time. It is better for young people to get along with each other. It is better for you to go together. The Lord of Tantai suggested with a smile, "By the way, help me to say hello to Sect Master Lu." Chapter 750. Letting Shi Shan and Yang Qin go together. The decision of the Lord of Tantai seemed to be quite worth pondering. If it was in the past, when Yang Qin went to the Blue Cloud sect and took Shi Shan with him, it was nothing more than giving people the feeling that Shi Shan and Yang Qin had a closer relationship, slightly showing off to Sun Qingxue. Of course, the root cause was still the means of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect to win over Yang Qin, a master of alchemy. But this time, letting Shi Shan accompany Yang Qin seemed to have a different flavor, especially the last sentence, to greet Sect Master Lu, which was even more mysterious. Yang Qin could almost conclude that the Lord of Tantai had some thoughts, and it was estimated that he wanted to take this opportunity to let Shi Shan's appearance show her attitude. After removing the heart devil, when Shi Shan and Yang Qin were alone together, there was no longer that kind of cold expression, and it was a lot softer. On Yang Qin's shuttle, Shi Shan still played the role of the tea maker, like a wife serving her husband, carefully preparing the fragrant tea for Yang Qin. When I was traveling around these years, I also collected a few spirit springs and found a few tea trees. You can help me taste it. When Shi Shan said this, it was after pouring the first cup for Yang Qin. I remember you liked this flavor. It was rare that Shi Shan could care about what flavor of tea Yang Qin liked, which was not a small progress. At least in the memory of Yang Qin's previous life, there was no lucky guy who was so concerned by Shi Shan. Usually, the man that Shi Shan paid attention to would soon become a dead man. Yang Chen enjoyed Shi Shanshan's service happily and even gave his judgment as if it was a matter of fact. Speaking of which, with Yang Chen's knowledge and reading of various miscellaneous books, the things he said in this regard were very meaningful and pointed to the key points, which made Shi Shanshan nod repeatedly. No matter how good the taste was, one would eventually get tired of it if they only enjoyed one. Shi Shanshan's method was very correct. She collected all kinds of tea trees and spiritual spring water and matched them with different flavors. Every time she changed it, it was also a supreme enjoyment. Sun Qingxue didn't like the tea ceremony that much. She took a sip and then happily presented it to Yang Qin, who had just arrived. I've asked people to buy a few special wineries in various places. You can drink whatever flavor of wine you want. Every year, I'll save a few hundred jars for you. After a few years, you'll be able to enjoy it. Shi Shanshan liked tea, but Sun Qingxue liked wine under the influence of Yang Qin. She was born in a big family and her capacity for alcohol has always been good. She could accompany Yang Qin to have a drink. However, Sun Qingxue always knew how to control her own volume. A beautiful woman drinking a small drink could increase the interest, but if she drank too much, it would be very ugly. Vaguely, the two women had some tit-for-tat meaning. In the past, whether it was Shi Shanshan or Sun Qingxue, when they were together with Yang Qin, Yang Qin provided tea and wine. But this time, the two women had their own preparations. However, this tit-for-tat did not last too long. The news that Yang Qin came to Blue Cloud Sect had already reached Sect Master Lu. Soon, Elder Hua Wanning appeared in person and brought Yang Qin to Sect Master Lu. Facing Sect Master Lu alone, Yang Qin was not flustered. After Elder Hua brought Yang Qin over, he didn't know where he went. There were only two people here, Yang Qin and Sect Master Lu. And Yang Qin clearly found that there were at least a dozen restrictions around. What did you say to the Lord of Tantai? You can also say it to me. Sect Master Lu seemed to have expected that the Lord of Tantai and Yang Qin had communicated with each other, and he also said this to Yang Qin straightforwardly. In his previous life, Yang Qin never expected that he would one day be able to communicate with the Blue Cloud Sect Master or the Green Jade Immortal Islands Island Master alone. This was the treatment that only the big figures of those big sects had. In this life, this has happened several times, and Yang Qin is somewhat accustomed to it. The same short words, the same judgment tone, came out of Yang Qin's mouth again. Yang Qin didn't say a word more, and he didn't use a little more affirmative tone. It must be said that people who can be in a high position often have the same thinking, and the starting point is the same. Soon Sect Master Lu realized the opportunity and also understood the intention of the Lord of Tantai to let Shi Shanshan come to visit and bring her greetings. Yang Qin would definitely not intervene in the specific arrangements. Anyway, there was an excuse of the heart demon oath. There was no need to say a lot of reasons to convince the two sect, as long as he said his own judgment. This saved Yang Qin a lot of trouble. He still had a headache about it, but now it was solved. The goal was achieved and Yang Qin was also relaxed. He was enjoying the tea and wine with Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, and it was a mess. Recently, the Blue Cloud Sect seemed to have an auction, and Yang Qin also planned to stay and take a look. Although the secret message left on the secret key of the Taishaman's secret plane was very tempting, it was obvious that this was not the best time for Yang Qin to act. Now there must be a lot of people staring at his whereabouts, looking forward to him going out to find a certain legendary treasure, and then the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Yang Qin has already made an oath with his heart demon, there would definitely be people who did not believe it. This was human nature. The great vow of the heart's demons would only be fulfilled during the tribulation transcendence. Many people did not even think that they would one day face the tribulation transcendence. Therefore, even if it was the great vow of the heart's demons, some people did not take it to heart. Perhaps they thought that Yang Qin and their ideas were the same. So after Yang Chen left the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were many people following. Yang Chen's shuttle did not fly much. At least dozens of people were carefully following behind, wanting to take advantage of it. If it weren't for seeing Yang Chen and the cold plum fairy Shan together, maybe someone would really make a move. Since Yang Chen was proficient in ancient texts and was well-read, it was said that he had found several secret planes recorded in the records. So maybe there was a similar place. As long as they caught Yang Chen, they would not have to worry about not getting this information from his mouth. Fortunately, Yang Chen's goal was the Blue Cloud sect, and no one dared to make a move. If they made a move on Yang Chen and Shan in the Blue Cloud sect, it was not a treasure hunt, but a direct challenge to the two sect. Yang Chen had long discovered this, so he was very careful to arrange his plan. This trend was actually easy to stop. As long as the secret plane of the Taishaman was opened, naturally many people would no longer pay attention to Yang Chen. However, if everyone really wanted to let go, it would take another means. The thunderous means let everyone know that Yang Chen was not a soft persimmon, nor was he good to provoke. If they wanted to make a move on Yang Chen, they had to consider whether they could afford to pay that price. Chapter 751. Blue Cloud Sect and Green Jade Immortal Island. After all, according to Yang Chen's thoughts, each sent 3 masters of the Deshang stage to join hands to rush to the secret plane. Before departure, the 2 sect masters also quickly contacted each other and explained the sect's ardent hopes and the intention of cooperation between the 2 sides to their respective masters. The temptation of the huge resources in the secret plane and the possible inheritance breakthrough opportunities. The 6 masters were looking forward to it. They originally thought that this kind of good thing would not have their chance. After all, they and their respective sect masters did not deal with each other, but they did not expect that the sky would fall a meat pie. The others are busy and can't spare manpower. It's been hard on you. Sect Master Lu said this. They didn't know how the Lord Tantai expressed it. It was estimated that it was similar to the meaning. The 2 sect masters repeatedly stressed that the secret plane was dangerous and they must unite to deal with it. No one would doubt that there was any problem in it. The 6 masters themselves would never believe that the sect would give up a master of the Deshang stage like them. One by one, they seemed to be complacent and even expressed their loyalty. Then they set off together. Yang Chen doesn't care about the development of these situations. He is now trapped in another gentle place, almost unable to extricate himself. It seems that before Yang Chen went to see Sect Master Lu, the 2 women, Shan and Sun Qingxue, still had some faint confrontation. One let him taste tea, the other let him drink wine. Although the cold and unparalleled Fairy Shi and the young and charming Fairy Sun did not show the posture of a worldly concubine competing for favor, there was also a little sign. After returning to Sun Qingxue's residence from Sect Master Lu, Yang Chen was a little surprised. The 2 women seemed to have suddenly restored the kind of intimate relationship they had a long time ago, sister and sister, as if there was no estrangement. For Yang Chen, the 2 women still maintained their respective attitudes, but it was obvious that there was a cooperative atmosphere. Yang Chen didn't know what happened during this time. The only thing he suspected was Elder Hua wanting. She must have said something to the 2 women during his talks with Sect Master Lu, which led to this. This feeling made Yang Chen infatuated. Yang Chen certainly didn't want the 2 women to have any estrangement because of him. That was good for now. After the auction, Yang Chen simply took the 2 women out to the sea to travel, while collecting some marine elixirs, and at the same time gaining experience. After a short period of 3 months, news finally came from the secret plane. It was just as Yang Chen had expected. Taishaman sent 2 masters of the Deshang stage with about 10 Yuanying stage ancestors to rush to the secret plane first. In order to monopolize the resources of the secret land, they wanted to forcibly open the secret land before the other big sect reacted. The method of opening the secret plane provided by Yang Chen was not wrong. In the same way, there was no mistake in the great danger inside. Even if it required a great opportunity to get it, there was no mistake. The mistake was that the description of these dangers was too simple. A great danger really couldn't make everyone be cautious. The secret plane was opened, but the moment it was opened, it triggered a protective formation, which directly turned a master of the Deshang stage into ashes, and the other was seriously injured and unconscious. Whether he could be saved or not was another thing. Of the 10 Yuanying stage ancestors, at least 6 disappeared on the spot, and the remaining 4 were all injured. Fortunately, Taishimin also had a group of Jedon stage masters on the scene. When the secret plane was opened, in order to prevent people from disturbing them, these Jedon stage masters were scattered around and were not affected. It was precisely because of this that these people could save several injured people in a critical moment. The loss of a master of the Deshang stage plus 6 Yuanying stage ancestors made Taishimin want to cry but have no tears. But since they have paid such a big price, the resources of the secret plane must definitely be grabbed. Under the pressure, Taishimin once again gritted their teeth and sent 3 masters of the Deshang stage, hurrying to the secret plane. But at this time it was already too late. The 5 Elements sect, Qinkuan sect, including the people of Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, also began to arrive. However, after all, the news was somewhat unequal. The 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect only sent a master of the Deshang stage. On the contrary, the alliance of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island was the strongest. 6 masters of the Deshang stage, plus a bunch of Yuanying stage masters, almost directly led the exploration of the secret plane. It would take a few months for them to go back and forth, and it was too late to transfer people from the sect. Under the strong leadership of the 6 masters of the Deshang stage, Taishimin, the 5 Elements sect, and the Qinkuan sect also had to lower their proud heads and agree to jointly explore the secret plane and share the benefits. In fact, whether it was the 5 Elements sect or the Qinkuan sect, everyone knew that the news of this secret plane was leaked from the Taishimin, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. They were already very satisfied to be able to get a piece of the pie. Only the Taishimin were really hateful. The things that were in their mouths were actually taken advantage of by others. This breath was really unbearable. However, the situation was stronger than people, and the Taishimin had just lost a master and half of the Deshang stage. Even if they wanted to fight, they were powerless. Especially looking at the appearance of several other masters of the sect, it seemed that as long as they did not agree, they would swarm up and destroy them. In this situation, there was no other way but to bow their heads. Between the big sect, everyone's competition was also very fierce, especially at this time. Everyone understood that the other party would definitely seize every opportunity to eliminate possible opponents. Even if a simple agreement was reached, they were still careful everywhere. 11 masters of the Deshang stage teamed up to open the secret plane again. This time, there was a lesson from the past. Under everyone's careful precautions, the protective array at the entrance of the secret plane did not bring any casualties. After entering the secret plane, a group of masters found that the secret plane was very large and the resources were indeed rich. So they split up and each divided the direction to collect. Then the tragedy appeared again. No matter which direction, there was a powerful protective array. The 2 masters of the 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect were directly eliminated by the array. Taishimin's Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were not much better. Taishimin once again lost a Deshang stage master, while the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island lost 3. The remaining 3 were all injured and desperately escaped from the secret plane. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were already prepared, and the follow-up reinforcements appeared only 10 days later. There were also 6 masters of the Deshang stage. This time, they directly took over the secret plane. According to the number of masters left, the resources of the secret plane were divided into 11 parts. Taishimin had 2, Blue Cloud sect had 5, and the Green Jade Immortal Island had 4. The various masters joined forces to collect in one direction, and finally all the resources were divided up. Just this trip made the sect master of Taishaman almost vomit blood. They lost 2.5 masters of the Dashang stage, but they only got less than 1/5 of the resources. Taishaman had never suffered such a big loss. Chapter 752. When the third batch of reinforcements of the Taishaman rushed over, it was only too late to pick up the 2 injured Dashang stage elders. The people of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already rushed back to their respective sect with a large number of harvests. This time, the Taishaman could be said to have suffered a double loss. 2 masters of the Dashang stage directly fell, and one was still in a coma. Even if he could wake up, his realm would plummet. It could be said that 3 masters of the Dashang stage were lost in this way. The remaining 2 masters were also seriously injured. Without 100 or 200 years of recovery, it was impossible to return to their peak state. Going back and forth, it was directly equivalent to that within 100 or 200 years, the Taishaman suddenly lost 5 masters of the Dashang stage. The entire Taishaman, the number of masters of the Dashang stage, was only 6 or 7. This was equivalent to directly removing more than half of the highest power of the Taishaman. But in exchange, they only received a trivial 1/5 of the resources of the secret plane. The sect master and the elders almost cried out. The Taishaman, the number 1 sect of the Tao sects under their control, did not advance but retreated. Not only the younger generation of disciples were hit hard, but now even the top forces were also damaged. One day they would ascend. How could they face the ancestors of the Taishaman? However, this kind of thing, the Taishaman could not find the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yes, the news of the secret plane was obtained by the Taishaman, but if they did not block the good news and leaked it out, then it was no wonder that everyone would rush up. If it could be confirmed that this was the secret plane left by the predecessors of the Taishaman could of course ask all the sect not to act rashly. But unfortunately, almost everyone who got the news could prove that this secret plane had nothing to do with the Taishaman. The ancient sect had nothing to do with the Taishaman. If they had to say something, it was that the Taishaman got the key to the secret plane and interpreted it, that's all. However, since it was an ownerless item, it belonged to whoever obtained it. It was not that the other sect did not give the Taishaman a chance. In fact, in the beginning, if the Taishaman could concentrate on breaking the secret zone, they might only bear a small loss and get all the resources. In fact, in Yang Chen's memories from his previous life, the Taishaman did exactly that. They probably lost 1 or 2 experts, but the rewards were amazing. Otherwise, the Taishaman would not have been able to advance so quickly. However, everyone had neglected the great danger within the warning, which resulted in such a bitter outcome. It was not only the Taishaman who were unlucky. Strictly speaking, the most unlucky ones were the 5-element sect and the Qinkuan sect. They each lost a master of the Dashang stage, but they got nothing. Even the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island also lost 2 Dashang stage masters on one side and one on the other side, and the 6 who went in the early stage were all seriously injured. Basically, like the Taishaman, they suffered heavy losses. Within 100 or 200 years, whether the 3 seriously injured masters of the Dashang stage could recover was still another matter. However, the 2 major sects were lucky. The sect attached more importance to the danger in the news. At the beginning, they dispatched enough masters, so they got most of the resources in the secret plane, which could barely be regarded as a slight supplement. The key was still at the last moment, or from the beginning. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island joined forces to solve the problem. The combined strength occupied the absolute dominant position, which was why there was such a harvest. Except for the 2 major sects themselves, no one knew what resources they had obtained. But every sect went back with a gloomy look. It seemed that almost all of them had suffered heavy losses. Even if the Taishaman wanted to pursue it, who should they look for? They couldn't come to the door and clamor that others robbed the things that belonged to the Taishaman, right? That thing was not the Taishaman's. It was an ownerless thing. Anyone could take it. It seemed unreasonable to say that others did not help their fellow Taoists at the critical moment. They also lost several masters of the Deshang stage, which was also a real high-end power. It was not a show. This accusation was absolutely unreasonable. As a last resort, the Taishamen also had to unite with the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect to talk with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island about the redistribution of the resources of the secret plane. In this regard, the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect were standing on the side of the Taishamen. After all, they died but did not get any gains. But soon the alliance became loose and then broke. The Taishamen had always been aloof, and there were also many secret competitions between the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect. The incident in the desolate valley had fully explained the attitude of the Taishamen. In addition, the Taishamen's Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect both requested to redistribute the gains, but the distribution plan could not be recognized by everyone. Equal distribution. The five sect would each get a fifth of the resources. The Taishamen now got almost 1/5 of the resources. It was the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect that benefited. How could the Taishamen agree? Yes, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island would grow stronger. But after getting 1/5 of the resources, the Taishamen also knew what this pile of resources meant for the sect. If the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island could develop to the point where they could compete with the Taishamen by getting these resources, then the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect could definitely do the same. The Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect only lost a master of the Deshang stage each. Wasn't this the Taishamen themselves bringing 2 more competitors? Therefore, the equal distribution naturally could not satisfy everyone. The Taishamen would not propose it, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would not agree at all. Only the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect proposed it, but they were rejected by the 3 sections. Most of them disagreed and naturally could not accept it. Distribution according to the strength dispatched? Before and after, the Taishamen used 5 masters of the Deshang stage, while the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect each had 6. Counting the 2 from the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect, if it was evenly distributed, the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect could get 1/20, and the Taishamen could get more 1/4. Speaking of which, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island occupied the majority. Distribution according to the number of masters lost? The Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect each lost a master of the Deshang stage. The Taishamen lost 2, the Green Jade Immortal Island lost 2, and the Blue Cloud sect lost 1. It seemed that this plan was good, but the Taishamen and the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island did not agree. The loss was not only the dead, but also the seriously injured. The Taishamen even had 6 Yuanying stage masters. How should this be counted? In short, everyone's strength was about the same, and no one wanted to give up. This redistribution naturally ended in failure. In fact, everyone knew that how could it be possible to spit out what was in the mouth? Even if the Taishamen always wanted to redistribute, they were not willing to take out everything. Chapter 753. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and this discussion was naturally unsettled. Whether it was the Taishamen or the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, they were constantly complaining. They lost their own people, but they did not get anything. At that time, when they divided the booty in the secret plane, they did not divide the booty by seeing the things, but chose several directions. At that time, there are almost a dozen portals in the secret plane. Everyone was divided according to the number of portals. As for what was inside, except for the people who entered, no one else knew. In this way, there was an argument. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island said that several portals were empty, only 1 or 2 portals had things, and most of the things were on the Taishamen side. The Taishamen on the other side said that they did not get anything, and the good things were in the portals controlled by the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Anyway, they didn't know what they got. Everyone quarreled, even if in the end, no matter what method was used to divide it, It was estimated that they could take out 1% of the things. Soon, several major sects stopped this meaningless quarrel and dispersed. As a result, among the 5 major sects, except for the relationship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which was still so tacit, the other 3 were somewhat scattered and confrontational. In fact, it has always been like this before, and now it was just an additional reason. On the surface, it was the 5 Elements sect and the Chinquan sect who were unlucky, and the Taishamin, Blue Cloud sect, and the Green Jade Immortal Island were lucky. Although they lost their masters, they were also compensated. But the one who was really happy was Yang Qin, who directed all this, and the head of the palace and the elders of the Chunyang Palace, who were watching the excitement in the dark. The past few months could be described as turbulent and turbulent. Last time, Chunyang Palace invited 9 masters of the Deshang stage to deal with the 100,000 mountains, which was already a big scene. This time, there were 19 masters of the Deshang stage who were dispatched before and after. 7 were killed and 6 were seriously injured. Only 6 Deshang stage masters of the second batch of people from the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island returned. The Yuanying stage masters of the various sects had lost more than a dozen, and there were also more than a dozen in the Jidan stage. The result was tragic. Even in the great calamity of the demonic cultivation, it had never appeared. This was a truly grand scene. The people of Chunyang Palace should be happy. Everything was orchestrated by the disciples of their own sect. The Taishamin suffered heavy casualties, their gains were limited, and their strength declined again. Their allies seemed to have lost a few experts as well, but they were all people who didn't listen to orders from their sect master. Moreover, they received great compensation in terms of resources, and their strength increased. In this way, there was no reason for Chunyang Palace to be unhappy. Moreover, Yang Chen made it clear from the beginning that his family could not eat it. Instead of benefiting the Taishamin, it was better to benefit his allies. Now that almost all of his goals had been achieved, was there anything more perfect than this? Yang Chen was very satisfied these days. Under the accompaniment of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, they toured the mountains and rivers, saying that they were going to collect marine elixirs. But most of the time, Yang Chen and the 2 women were traveling along the coastline near the sea, while looking for some spirit spring tea trees or looking for some good wine, while casually collecting some marine elixirs that were not very old. And at the same time, they also heard the news about the secret plane from time to time. The days were too leisurely. It must be known that whether it was Yang Chen or the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, the cooperation with the Wine Immortal House was very good, and these news could be sent to them at any time. It was not that no one was tracking them, but the 3 of them didn't care. If the 3 of them were alone, there might be people looking for trouble, but the 3 of them were together, and there was no such thing as taking the risk of offending the 3 major sects at the same time. Although the 2 women still had the same attitude as before, the flattery hidden under that attitude could be felt at any time. Even if Yang Chen didn't really hug them on both sides, but he took the 2 beauties to travel with him, which had already made countless young talents who were not worse than Yang Chen gnash their teeth in hatred. When the news from everywhere confirmed that the secret plane incident was almost completed, it was already half a year later. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen and the 2 women traveled together, traveling around the world, pointing out the rivers and mountains, and they had a very happy time. But now everyone was finally going to separate. The 2 women had to go back to the sect to see. After all, such a big thing happened, and the masters of the Deshang stage were lost. It was reasonable for them to go back. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Yang Chen, the 2 women embarked on their way back, and Yang Chen once again became a lonely person. This time, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island got a lot of things, and it's hard to guarantee that there are medicinal materials for the questioning inner heart pill. Among the Taishamin, the sect master with a serious face told several elders, "We can't give them the chance to get the questioning inner heart pill. Find Yang Chen and kill him. Do it cleanly. When an elder was about to arrange it, the sect master suddenly gave another order. The elder nodded silently and went out. Although the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island also lost their masters of the Deshang stage, they had the questioning inner heart pill in their hands, and maybe they could create more masters of the Deshang stage. Under this situation, the dilemma of the Taishaman could be imagined. This time, the Taishaman were going to kill Yangchen at all costs. In addition to this reason, there was one thing that was very uncomfortable in everyone's heart. That was, the secret key was interpreted by Yangchen. Although the guiding array was activated in the Taishaman, the result made the Taishaman somewhat embarrassed. When they closed the mountain, they offended a lot of cultivators who came to the Taishaman to do business. But in the end, they did not achieve the effect, but it became the current situation. All of this seems to be because of Yangchen. If Yangchen didn't know those ancient characters, wouldn't there be no such thing? At this time, as long as it was related to this matter, almost all of them would be angry. And Yangchen, who was the thorn in the eyes of the Taishaman, was regarded as the first target to vent their anger. Yangchen was controlling the flight of the shuttle, and he was planning to return to the Chunyang Palace. Suddenly, the group of spiritual awareness marks in the sea of consciousness, which was surrounded by the spiritual awareness threads, shook again, reminding Yangchen that someone had begun to pay attention to his whereabouts again. For a long time, Yangchen was very curious about what kind of person's spiritual awareness was it. It could ignore the spiritual awareness threads that were cultivated by his 3 purities secret art. So he has been keeping this spiritual awareness mark. He wanted to find its owner and see what kind of ability he had. Unexpectedly, he had such a strange spiritual awareness cultivation base. But the continuous exploration of his own whereabouts made Yangchen a little angry. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think he is a sick cat? If someone wanted to come to the door, Yangchen was not afraid at all. After condensing his Dan with all attributes he needed to vent. But he couldn't let the other party find him so easily. Yangchen made up his mind and directly threw the spiritual awareness mark into the bloody river. Chapter 754. At the same time as Yangchen was angry among the Taishaman, a seemingly very young Jedon stage disciple was sitting on a futon, suddenly screamed, and then the whole person fainted without warning. The surrounding group of people immediately panicked and hurriedly helped the young man to the luxurious jade couch. Then, a few of them began to examine him with spirit power and divine sense almost simultaneously, while a few others tried to wake up the fainted young man. Among the few people around, there was even a Yuanying stage ancestor. Under normal circumstances, if it was just a simple coma, as long as spiritual power was stimulated, and at most some medicinal pills were added, people could be easily awakened. However, what was surprising was that the young man who fell into a coma, no matter what these people did, they could not wake him up. The group of people were busy for a long time, and they all showed expressions of looking at each other. Some even had sweat on their faces. As for the few guys who should have been slaves, all of them had expressions of horror on their faces. In the end, the Yuanying stage ancestor made a decision for everyone. After frowning and thinking for a while, he ordered a servant, "Go and report to the sect master. Say that the young sect master suddenly fainted and can't be saved." If Yangchen was there, he would be able to recognize this young man who was not small. He was the young sect master of the Taishaman who used to oppress people, but was finally killed by Yanglan secretly and framed Yangchen. The young sect master, Li Liheng, was not a genius in cultivation, but he had a special physique, so that he could cultivate a unique cultivation method of spiritual awareness among the Taishaman. This cultivation method could make the spiritual awareness grow at a speed that exceeded the spiritual power cultivation. And the spiritual awareness cultivated was very strange, and the direction was very obvious. The people who were marked by Li Liheng's spiritual awareness were almost undetectable. Through a unique formation, it was easy to find the location of the spiritual awareness mark. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the realm of the middle Yuanying stage, and it was somewhat comparable to the sect master. Relying on this unique directional feature, the Greatest Heaven sect has secretly tracked and solved more than a dozen opponents, none of which were discovered. This kind of spiritual consciousness tempering cultivation method was too special. Without a unique and rare physique like Li Liheng, it was almost impossible to cultivate it successfully. According to the experience of the senior who created this cultivation art could elevate one's spiritual sense to the pinnacle of the grand ascension stage at the nascent soul stage, and one's spiritual sense could even enter the spirit realm for an extremely short period of time under certain conditions. If there was someone in the spiritual realm to receive them, they could even use this short opportunity to enter the spiritual realm to communicate with the experts there. Even if it was only for an instant, the mental communication was enough to bring important information. This was even more convenient than sending a consciousness clone from the immortal world to the mortal world. A long time ago, the Taishamen were able to rise to power. This was a very important and crucial factor. With the support of the upper realm, it would be much easier than struggling in the mortal world. This was also one of the reasons why Li Liheng was made the young sect master at such a young age. With this unique cultivation method, when Li Liheng grew to the middle Yuanying stage, or even higher, it would definitely bring more earth-shaking changes to the Taishamen. However, the conditions for the cultivation of this cultivation method were so harsh that apart from the ancient ancestor, it was not until now that he had found a suitable disciple to cultivate. In this case, Li Liheng's position in the Taishamen was simply like a rock and no one could shake it. All the resources were tilted to Li Liheng. In Taishamen, Li Liheng could be said to have the wind and rain. It was because of Li Liheng's importance that Li Liheng was killed by Yanglan in the previous life and blamed on Yangqin, which led to the destruction of the Chunyang Palace by the Taishamen in a rage. Of course, at that time, Gao Yu's qualifications and stunning beauty did cause the sect master to covet her. As for the 10,000 years vermilion fruit, it was entirely Yanglan's work. In order to rely on Li Liheng, he did not hesitate to give his sister Yanglan to Li Liheng to let Li Liheng play with her, and came up with a lot of crooked ideas. The 10,000 years vermilion fruit was what Yanglan wanted, but he told Li Liheng that it was a kind of 9 heavens lotus fruit that could increase the cultivation of spiritual awareness. After the matter was exposed, he had to kill Li Liheng and then blame Yangqin. Of course, Yangqin would not know the inside story of this. The special cultivation method that Li Liheng cultivated was only known to the sect master and the two-law protector elders. Others did not know the existence of this cultivation method at all. So much so that in order to protect Li Liheng, rumors that Li Liheng was the illegitimate son of the sect master were released. However, at this moment, Li Liheng, the young sect master who was very important to the Taishamen, fainted and could not wake up. The sect master who received the news was shocked. An elder of the Deshang stage also saw Li Liheng's situation, but he had no way to wake him up. Several elders who came with the sect master after hearing the news all looked at it once, but there was nothing they could do. How could this be? How could this be? The sect master murmured, and the anxiety in his expression was not concealed. A few people who did not know the truth saw it in their eyes, and their hearts were even more convinced of the rumors that the sect master was an illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could the sect master be so anxious? Of course, none of them dared to say anything, but all of them were thinking about how to flatter the young sect master in the future. How did you serve the young sect master? After a series of inspections, there was no result, and the sect master was furious. Nothing went well these days. The troubles of the secret plane were not over yet, and Li Liheng fainted inexplicably. Could it be that God wanted the Taishamen to experience hardships? Several guys who served the young sect master were all scared to kneel on the ground, and their bodies were shaking like a sieve. Everyone knew that everything in the Taishamen was not going well recently, and the sect master was upset. Now that they served the young sect master like this, even if they did not die, they would have to peel off a layer of skin. Sect master, the young sect master fainted very strangely, not necessarily related to them. The Yuanying stage ancestor who first reported to the sect master spoke up for the slaves at this time. He was also one of the people present at the time, plus the identity of the Yuanying stage ancestor. His words also had a certain weight. I am afraid there are other reasons. No one would think that at this moment the spiritual awareness imprint left by the young sect master on Yang Chen's body was being immersed in the blood river by Yang Chen. If Yang Chen did not take it out for a moment, the young sect master would not wake up for a moment. Feeling that this guy had suffered enough, Yang Chen finally pulled out the spiritual awareness mark, still wrapped in the spiritual awareness silk, and threw it aside. At this time, he did not want people to die, and he also looked forward to using this thing to catch a few more big fish. Chapter 755. More than a dozen figures, men and women, looked like a group of rogue cultivators, followed by an old man with a compass at the front, flying on their swords. Among these people, the worst one was also at the peak of the Jiran stage. 7 or 8 masters at the peak of the Jiran stage, plus 7 or 8 masters at the early and middle stages of the Yuanying stage, each holding a golden ball in his left hand, and his right hand was a variety of magic weapons. He is flying in this direction. As soon as we meet him, trap him with a twisted golden net, and kill him immediately. The old man in front looked at the compass and seemed to be estimating the change in the distance from Yang Chen, and ordered, Everyone spread out. The guy's flying magic weapon is very fast. I am afraid 1 or 2 twisted golden nets can't trap him. The old man attached great importance to this action and kept saying on the sea, he may have a unique trump card. So this time on the ground. Once any twisted golden net works, immediately trap him with a formation and kill him. Show no mercy. The men and women behind him seemed to be used to his nagging. No one said anything, not even a sound of agreement. They just spread out tacitly, basically covering all directions. Quick, hide! After a while, the old man looked at the compass and suddenly ordered. A group of men and women flashed with a ray of light, and then the figures disappeared in the air one by one, as if they had never appeared. The robes on each of them were specially refined and could activate a stealth formation to hide the owner. Yang Chen's shuttle soon appeared on the horizon, drawing a thin line in the air with almost no trace, and came close. Then, under the puzzled gaze of a group of people in the dark, it suddenly stopped. The shuttle flashed, and Yang Chen's figure appeared in the air, holding the blood phantom vine flying sword in his hand, looking coldly in front of him. Do it! Yang Chen's behavior obviously showed that he had found something. The old man did not go to investigate where he had exposed himself, and decisively ordered to start. Pung, pung, pung! A series of sounds sounded, and in several directions of Yang Chen, a large golden net burst. With unparalleled speed, the huge net quickly wrapped around Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen only glanced at them. Facing the dozen or so golden nets, his body did not move at all, allowing the nets to wrap around him tightly from all directions. They did not expect such a result at all. After the group of male and female masters threw the golden ball of the twisted gold net, they all thought that Yang Chen would dodge, and each of them made a response to dodge. However, after the group of people was done, they were shocked to find that Yang Chen did not move at all. This made their previous response very comical. But no matter what, the people who did it were still secretly delighted. No one knew the power of these twisted gold nets better than them. As long as one was entangled by the twisted gold nets, even a high-speed flying sword without the sharpness of a magic weapon would not be able to get rid of it. It would only become tighter and tighter, and eventually one would lose the ability to move. 1 or 2 might have to worry about some magic weapons, but if more than a dozen of them were entangled, even if it was a master of the Deshang stage, they would have to be obediently tied up. The twisted gold net was not only a strong big net. The barbs on it and the poison on the barbs were enough to send the masters of the Deshang stage to the underworld. The blow was effective, and everyone was secretly happy. Although they didn't know why Yang Qin would suddenly put away the shuttle at this time, they didn't care what reason Yang Qin had. What they wanted was to kill Yang Qin cleanly as long as they did so. Even if more than a dozen twisted gold nets were enough to kill Yang Qin, none of these people hesitated. All the magic weapons in their hands flew out and smashed towards Yang Qin's head. As long as the person died, it would be a waste. However, when everyone was smashing their magic weapons and they were also flying up, they suddenly heard the voice of Yang Qin. "I am very unhappy now, but thank you for coming to my door to let me vent my anger." Yang Qin's voice was full of killing intent, followed by a sentence, "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor." After the words, Yang Qin had not finished completely. A series of magic weapons had been smashed down. On the surface of Yang Qin's body, the golden light flashed slightly. Everyone didn't seem to see the difference between this golden light and the golden light of the twisted gold net, but they heard a dull bell sound. Buzz, the long and low bell sound, with a power to penetrate the soul, penetrated into everyone's sea of consciousness. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the golden bell ringing in their ears, and then a few guys with weak spiritual awareness directly fainted and fell from the air. Originally, Yang Qin thought that everyone would be stunned by the golden bell, but the old man miraculously remained awake. But even so, there was a glint of horror in his eyes. Then it became a kind of cutting off the means of retreat. The whole body turned into a streamer. The tip of the streamer flashed a hint of silver, flying toward Yang Qin's heart. Hey! A slight sound like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. Yang Qin's arm was lifted easily, originally wrapped in Yang Qin's body. Everyone thought that the dozens of twisted gold nets under the blade of Shao Tian's blood demon vine flying sword were as fragile as a few pieces of paper, easily broken. Yang Qin's right hand raised the blood demon vine flying sword high and slammed down at the old man's figure. Ding, a sound of metal collision. The streamer first hit Yang Qin's chest, but only brought such a crisp sound. There was no other effect. Yang Qin's flying sword directly divided the old man's figure into two pieces. Before the two pieces of the corpse fell to the ground, it had become a dry appearance. The dozen or so guys who fainted Yang Qin, as before, sealed their five senses and threw them into the dome hall. These people were definitely the periphery of the Taishaman. Through them, Yang Qin could find more hidden people of the Taishaman. After cleaning up these killers, Yang Qin threw the seized things into the mouth of Shao Tian and let it clean up the spiritual awareness imprints that may be left. Only one was killed, which made Yang Qin very unsatisfied. He knew that he would not use the golden bell to stun them. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he was. He couldn't help but throw the spiritual awareness imprint of the blood river in his sea of consciousness into the blood river again. The young sect master Li Liheng, who had just woken up, had just sent away the sect master and several elders. He was taking a rest under the service of the servants. He was about to get up and do something. Suddenly, the feeling of horror came again. Li Liheng only had time to scream, and once again softly collapsed on the ground. Chapter 756. The Taishaman didn't know what kind of bad luck they had. Because of the secret plane, there were heavy casualties here, and they didn't know how to settle them for a while. The young sect master over there was in a coma for a few days, which almost made the high-level people worried. The young sect master, Li Liheng, of course, knew his importance. He was in a coma for no reason, and he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. If there was a problem for the Taishaman, it was simply one less future pillar. Even those who didn't know were guessing that the illegitimate son of the sect master was in trouble. Some flattered, some secretly snickered, and so on. Anyway, their minds were not used on the business. Li Liheng's coma was indeed a head-scratcher, and there was no reason at all. As for Li Liheng himself, how could he think that a spiritual awareness mark he had thrown out would make him suffer such consequences? It's not that Li Liheng couldn't think of it. It's just that his cultivation method was special. So far, he has thrown out no less than thousands of spiritual awareness marks. Each mark could be tracked by a unique compass, and it was not easy to be discovered by the person who planted the spiritual awareness mark. This was originally the secret weapon of the Taishaman. Who could have thought that someone would be like Yang Chen, not only find his spiritual awareness mark, but also use the spiritual awareness mark to deal with him? Even if everyone asked Li Lihing how he felt, Li Lihing could only briefly describe the horror of that moment. It was as if he was in a sea of blood, and then he would faint immediately. Even if he woke up, Li Lihing would involuntarily tremble with fear. The fear at the moment before he fainted made him almost have an instinctive fear. It seemed that as long as others mentioned it, he would tremble involuntarily. A young sect master with a great future suddenly became like this. Several elders who knew about it hated that they could not replace Li Lihing to bear such pain. No one could figure out the reason, and it could only be attributed to the carelessness of his cultivation that led to a heart demon. After all, only 2 people have cultivated this cultivation method before and after. The first master ancestor who created this cultivation method and successfully cultivated it may also have unexpected places that led to deviations in the cultivation of the younger generation. This was the only possible explanation. It was simply impossible for them to believe that a spiritual awareness mark left by a person a few years ago could become a tool to deal with them. Therefore, Li Lihing must have encountered an inner demon during the process of cultivation. Otherwise, why would he feel fear? However, even if the sect master was worried about Li Lihing, he had to just look at him, and after telling him to be careful, he rushed to deal with the matters of the secret plane. There was no other way. The matter in the secret plane was too big. The Taishaman alone had 2 masters of the Deshang stage dead, and 3 were disabled. No one thought that the great danger warned by the secret key turned out to be so dangerous. He thought that the 2 masters of the Deshang stage were already in their hands. But there was still such a big mistake, and the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island took advantage of it. At the thought of this, the Taishaman's hatred for Yang Qin increased by another level. Others didn't know, but the sect master and a group of high-level officials were very clear. After Yang Qin interpreted the secret key, he visited the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, respectively. Although they didn't know what he said, the almost identical performance of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect seemed to have explained many problems. With the oath of the Heart Demon, the Taishaman high-level officials believed that Yang Chen would not disclose the information about the secret key. Moreover, this information was triggered by the formation in Taishaman. Yang Chen did not know and could not know at all. But in any case, they lost so much, but the 2 major sects took advantage of it. This account still had to be calculated after all. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had to take a long view, but Yang Chen must be removed. Otherwise, if he was allowed to develop, a young 4th-grade alchemist master was definitely a nightmare for the hostile sect. A group of professional killers has been sent to deal with Yang Chen. The rest of the sect masters did not want to care too much about it. For the time being, they had to worry about the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. After they got the secret plane resources, what kind of threat would they pose to the Taishaman? It must be said that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were still very on the road when dealing with certain things. Although at the scene of the secret plane, it was very tough to refute the requirements of the 5 Elements sect and the Qinquan sect. But after moving things back to the sect, they immediately sent people to contact the 5 Elements sect and the Qinquan sect. The things obtained in the secret plane, after careful selection, the 2 major sect each took out 5% of them and sent them to the 5 Elements sect and the Qinquan sect. After all, the other party also lost a master of the Deshang stage. Nothing was really too unreasonable. At the level of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, it was not some small resources that could make them completely put down their morality. After this, half of the resources were sent. The Five Elements sect and the Chinquan sect were also unexpected surprises. For the two major sect, they were originally connected, and now they were naturally more closely related. The loss of the two masters of the Deshang stage was not made by the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. They could only blame the Taishaman for the formation left in the secret plane that was leaked. With this batch of compensatory resources, the Five Elements sect and the Chinquan sect had nothing to say. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Chinquan sect each got more than 2/5 of the resources, and half of it was only 1/20 of the things. Relative to what they got, it was already a small head. They generously took it out and appeased the Five Elements sect and the Chinquan sect, so there was not much loss. Not only that, but they also got more friendship from the Five Elements sect and the Chinquan sect. At least in some things, there were more joint support from the two major sect. The Taishaman had always been overbearing, and they were the leaders. The four major sect had vaguely formed a circle of confrontation. On the contrary, the Taishaman also got something, but only 1/5 of it, and they also suffered heavy casualties. If they also learned from the two major sect and took out half of the things, the Taishaman themselves would not be left with much. At this point, it was impossible for them to share the things that their masters had exchanged with others. Even if they have seen the hidden purpose of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect sharing the gains, there was no way to crack it. If they took these resources to win over the Five Elements sect and the Chinquan sect, they didn't have to wait for the enemy to deal with the Taishaman. Those Deshang stage elders who came back alive after the fight would never allow this kind of thing to happen. Maybe the sect master would soon be deposed by the great elders in the greatest heaven sect. The sect master and the elders could only watch things develop in a direction that was not conducive to the Taishaman. There was no way.